Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vicky Antonio. I'm working with the Partner Funds Division of CCSD. On behalf of the department, I'm very honored to welcome you to the opening session of the Environment and Nature Learning Week. This year's event will focus on ADB's Environment Action Plan of 2024 to 2030 and support its mainstreaming into sector operations by integrating the priority pillars of 1, biodiversity and ecosystem management, 2, pollution control and circular economy, and 3, nature-based solutions. The Environment Community of Practice has organized a variety of sessions, including panel discussions, sharing of best practices, and technical training sessions. These are intended to enrich our understanding of the EAP, build capacities to enhance ADB institutional frameworks and coordination mechanisms within and among DMCs, and enhance how we design our projects with nature-positive and mainstreaming outcomes. First and foremost, we would like to extend our thanks to the wonderful team that has made all this possible, most especially BPMSD, the sectors group, in particular, our friends from AFNR, Wood and Finance, and last but not least, Suzanne and Jane from DOCK. Before we start today's session, I just wanted to run through some reminders and house rules. So please keep your phones and other devices on silent mode. If you need to take a call, please step outside. In the same way, we'd also like to remind our off-site participants to keep your microphones on mute unless you will be asking a question. And we have a very full schedule ahead of us, so a gentle reminder to our speakers, participants, and working group focals to please be mindful of the time. And we want to have a lively discussion, so please do share your thoughts and feedback, whether by chat or using the microphones, which are available on the floors. And we also want to continue the dialogue beyond this week. So if you have not yet signed up for Environment Community of Practice Working Group, please scan the QR codes. I know you will see them later on the posters. You can scan the QR code and join any of the working groups. And of course, this afternoon, after the last session, we will be hosting a small reception outside in the foyer. So please do make time to join us afterwards. All right, so now to formally open the 2025 Environment and Nature Learning Week, I would like to invite Mr. Yevgeny Zhukov, Director General of the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners, both here in ADB HQ and also those who are joining us online. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to ADB's first Environment in Nature Learning Week. This flagship event, organized by the Environment Community of Practice, comes at a critical time for Asia and Pacific as we face triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change. These challenges are deeply interconnected and require integrated and innovative solutions. ADB's response is captured in the 3 pillars in the bank's recently approved Environment Action Plan for 2024 to 2030. First is biodiversity and ecosystem management. We are increasing our investments to conserve and restore ecosystems, supporting our developing member countries in national biodiversity strategies and the commitments under global frameworks. Second is pollution control and circular economy. We are scaling up our support for our member countries to improve air quality and human health, reduce wealth, and promote circular economy solutions that turn waste into resources. And third, nature-based solutions. By restoring wetlands, forests, and mangroves, we address climate change and build resilience. The Nature Solution Finance Hub, which you'll hear more about later, helps mobilizing innovative finance and partnerships to scale up these efforts. Investing in nature and environment is a strategic and economic necessity. A transition to nature-positive development could generate up to $10 trillion in business contributions and close to 400 million new jobs globally by the year 2030. ADB's upcoming Asia-Pacific climate report will highlight that nature is a core economic asset. With nearly 70% of regional GDP generated from sectors that are dependent on nature, including agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and tourism. The value of nature the value of nature is far-reaching. Healthy ecosystems underpin food and water security, disaster resilience, and public health. However, environmental degradation, including air and water pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate impacts, continue to threaten livelihoods, increase health risks, and undermine long-term prosperity of our developing member countries. Therefore, there is, however, a huge financing gap, estimated about $900 billion a year, for investments to address these problems. So MDBs, like us, therefore have a key role to play in mobilizing resources. ADB will be chairing the joint MDBs Nature Group starting this month for a year. This will be a great opportunity for us to show leadership in scaling up nature finance. Myself, Yoko, and the team just came back from Armenia, which will be hosting Biodiversity COP next year in October or November. So we met with a wide range of stakeholders, including our governor, ADB governor, and we are committed to provide quite significant support to this effort next year. In closing, I want to say that I'm quite confident that the activities during this learning week will generate insights on innovations and solutions to accelerate implementation of ADB's Environment Action Plan. So let's make the most of this week to strengthen our collaboration towards a more sustainable, resilient, and nature-positive Asia and Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. So today we have invited two very distinguished guests to start us off on a high note for this week's events. Our first speaker, Mr. Terry Townsend, is a biodiversity and climate change expert who sits as an advisor to the Paulson Institute's conservation program. He was co-author of two landmark studies that helped shape climate litigation and financing biodiversity in the world. In particular, his study on financing nature, closing the digital biodiversity financing gap, was instrumental in convincing more than 190 countries to sign off on a new global biodiversity framework in Montreal in December 2022. Mr. Townsend also helped set up the first community-based tourism concession where visitors can watch the snow leopards in the Tibetan Plateau. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Terry Townsend, who will be joining us virtually from Beijing. Over to you, Terry.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I'm going to be talking today to help set up your session about financing nature and the financing gap that was mentioned in the opening speech by Yevgeny, including some very new information just released by the Paulson Institute at Climate Week. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a few slides to share with you. And I wanted to give you some context. So if, like me, you've been working in the conservation sector for many years, you'll understand that one of the biggest issues is raising money. So we always have to spend a lot of time and resources trying to get financing for nature. Why is that? And fundamentally, it's because globally, our economies, we don't appropriately value nature. And so what that means is we don't appropriately penalize those who damage and destroy it, and we don't appropriately reward those who protect and restore it. And I think this was recognized as one of the biggest barriers to progressing biodiversity conservation in the international process. So many of you will be aware of the Aichi targets, which was the first international agreement on biodiversity, which had a number of targets to try to slow and reverse biodiversity loss. And not one of the targets was met in full. And when China took on the presidency of the UN Convention on Biodiversity at a very important time in the period to the run-up of the agreement on a new global biodiversity framework, the Minister of Ecology and Environment realized that they really needed to address the financing issue as part of the agreement if they were going to be more successful than the Aichi targets. And so my boss at the Paulson Institute, Hank Paulson, the former US Treasury Secretary, of course, and a lifelong conservationist, when he met with the Minister of Ecology and Environment, they discussed together how they could support this effort. And the minister asked Hank to come up with some suggestions and advice on how to strengthen the financial aspects of the negotiations on the new global biodiversity framework. And Hank was very well placed to bring together some of the best minds on finance and also on conservation, and got them all in a room and said, right, how do we address this issue? And so that was the origin of the Financing Nature report, Closing the Global Biodiversity Financing Gap, that was published in 2020. And I just want to quickly go through the key messages from that report, because many of you will be familiar with this biodiversity financing gap. And so this was the report that identified the gap. So what we did was we looked at how much globally was being spent on nature conservation. And then we looked at how much we needed to be spending if we're going to protect the most important ecosystems and the services they provide. And so taking those two figures together produced what we called the biodiversity financing gap. And in 2020, when we first published this report, the gap was estimated to be about $700 billion per year. And of course, that sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. But if you look at it in context, it's less than 1% of GDP and less than the world spends on soft drinks in a year. So it's not particularly expensive. Now, we also looked at how we could close that gap. And we looked at this in two ways. One was to reduce the size of the gap. And you can see those red blocks on the graph here. These are harmful subsidies. So by reducing or reforming harmful subsidies, we found that we could close that gap by half. And then we also looked at mechanisms to raise additional finance to close that gap. And we looked at mechanisms that were operating at some scale around the world. So these are not sort of theoretical potential mechanisms. These are actual mechanisms that are operating, that have the potential to be scaled up to generate more financing. And you can see there were mechanisms there like biodiversity offsets, natural infrastructure, and green financial products were the sort of top three that had the highest potential to close the gap. Now, Hank, as part of that report, was very clear in his foreword that an international agreement that sort of sets the targets is a really important foundation for the global effort to respond to the biodiversity crisis. But he also was clear that it's not sufficient. So once you have an international deal in place, then in order for it to be effective, required domestic policy, legislation, financing from each country to align with the goals of that agreement. And so just a little while after the publication of the report, the negotiations are ongoing, and you'll all be aware that in 2022, under China's presidency, more than 190 countries agreed on a new global biodiversity framework, so-called Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And there are 23 targets under the new agreement, and I've highlighted 2 here related to resource mobilization. So one is to mobilize at least 200 billion per year by 2030. And target 18 is specifically on harmful subsidies and the commitment to reduce them by 500 billion. So you can see here that there are commitments on financing in the new Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Now, just a couple of weeks ago, Hank Paulson launched an interim update of the Financing Nature Report at Climate Week in New York. And it was quite sobering in terms of the messages on how we're doing. So how are we doing since the Global Biodiversity Framework was agreed and those commitments were made? Well, if we look at the real most important indicator in many ways is biodiversity loss. And sadly, biodiversity loss is accelerating. So the populations of vertebrates are down by 73% on average since 1970, and that's against 68% in 2019. The exposure of the global economy to nature risks is up from 44 trillion to 58 trillion. And the more we understand about the risks of biodiversity loss, the more we realize actually that more and more of our economy is reliant on nature. And many people say, and I agree with them, that actually 100% of our economy is ultimately dependent on nature. And the global biodiversity financing gap has increased. So from the just over 700 billion that we estimated in 2020 is now thought to be around 940 billion per year. And then harmful subsidies. So this is the mechanism, if you like, that could reduce the global biodiversity financing gap in half. If they're reformed, sadly, they've increased. So up from 500 billion to 840 billion per year. So that's a 70% increase. And that is just in forests, fisheries, and agriculture. So it doesn't include fossil fuel subsidies. And in fact, now governments are spending more in 1 month on subsidies that harm nature than they do in a whole year on biodiversity conservation. So this is a really serious and difficult issue. It's politically very difficult and sensitive for a lot of countries because subsidies are in place for lots of reasons, economic, social, and they're tricky to address. But if we don't address this issue, then we really don't have a chance of closing that biodiversity financing gap. Now, there are some key messages from the new report that Hank released. And the reason that Hank released this new report, this interim update at Climate Week in New York, is that one of the big messages that he wants to reinforce, and I know that ADB completely understands this already, is that the climate and nature crises are one battle, and losing one means losing both. So one of the big risks of a siloed approach is pursuing climate solutions without regard to biodiversity can lead to unintended consequences. And I think one of the biggest issues here right now is clean energy infrastructure. So clean energy infrastructure is absolutely needed to address the climate crisis and to decarbonize energy. But the land footprint of clean energy infrastructure is on average 12 times greater than traditional energy. So where we put that infrastructure is super important. And especially given the pace and scale of clean energy infrastructure installation right now, this is a really, really important issue to ensure that we don't undermine biodiversity risk by addressing climate risk. So that's a really important message. And I think it's something that the governance side, governments are still quite a long way behind in terms of bringing together climate and biodiversity in their governance. And that's a super important priority going forward. Number 2 message, we've talked about this already, tackling harmful subsidies is absolutely essential. So we really need governments to start addressing this. And it doesn't necessarily mean removing subsidies, because subsidies are there for many reasons. It's just reforming them. So changing the incentives. So trying to encourage nature positive actions rather than actions that are harmful to nature. The third message is about the private sector. So we know that private sector investment outweighs public sector investment by about 4-to-1 globally. And so aligning that investment with climate and biodiversity goals is really important. But private sector invests for profit. And at the moment, harming nature, over-exploiting nature is profitable. And so that is why we're seeing this accelerating biodiversity loss. It's profitable to exploit it. So to change that, we need really clear rules set by governments that steer that investment away from those harmful activities towards more protection and restoration. So government needs to put in place appropriate penalties for those who damage and destroy, and appropriate rewards and incentives for those who protect and restore. And then the fourth key message is about adaptation. So more and more, the world is beginning to focus on adaptation. We obviously need to do what we can with mitigation, but we're already committed to huge climate change. So how we adapt to that is super important. And so there are going to be trillions invested in resilience. And so this is, again, a big opportunity to channel this adaptation finance into natural infrastructure. So things like mangroves, coastal wetlands, to help improve coastal resilience, urban green spaces, urban wetlands too, to help deal with increased precipitation and so on. All of these nature solutions for adaptation are not only building resilience, but also supporting biodiversity and securing local livelihoods. Now, the good news in all of this is that there has been great innovation on nature finance over the last few years, and the financial mechanisms that are needed to close the biodiversity financing gap are known. They're not rocket science. They're all active somewhere around the world. The same mechanisms that we identified in 2019 are the same ones that we can use today to close this gap. But what's needed is the government action, the rules of the game, if you like, to accelerate and scale up these mechanisms going forward. And I want to highlight in particular one innovation, because I think what ADB is doing, something called the Regional Flyway Initiative, working with BirdLife International and countries along the East Asia Australasian Flyway, which is this huge migratory bird expressway, if you like, involving 22 countries. This is taking a flyway-wide approach, so not looking at just specific sites. This is looking at the whole ecosystem, if you like. So the breeding grounds in the north, the wintering grounds in the south, and the really important migratory routes around the Yellow Sea in particular. And I think this is something that's really welcome and innovative, and is generating billions of finance to support wetland restoration and protection. And in fact, just yesterday, this innovative flyway initiative has just been replicated. So the chief executive of BirdLife International just signed an MOU with the president of the World Bank to replicate this initiative in the Europe-Africa flyway. So this is great news and a good example of the sort of innovative financing that is needed if we're going to scale up financing for nature and begin to close the biodiversity financing gap. So I just wanted to recognize that. Yeah, and I think that's it. That's the key messages that I wanted to deliver today. I hope it gives you some context. It's quite sobering in terms of the where we are on the key indicators, but I think there also is hope, and I know that the MDBs have a huge role in catalyzing financing for nature. And I want to thank ADB for the leadership on this agenda, because I think they're clearly one of the multilateral development banks that is pushing the envelope on this and leading the way. So thank you so much for doing that. And I'd like to wish you all the best for the rest of this session over the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Terry. Very sobering news indeed. But I think the good news is, we have our key directions ahead of us, and this is something we can work on with our new Environment Action Plan. So our next speaker is Ms. Glinda Bathan-Baterina, the Deputy Executive Director of Clean Air Asia, a lawyer with a specialization in air quality management. She was part of the legal team that assisted the Philippine government in drafting the Clean Air Act of 1999. She also led the implementation of the Asia Clean Fuels and Vehicles program, which led the Philippines and Vietnam to adopt the Euro 4 vehicle emission standards and helped shape Pakistan's roadmap for cleaner fuels and vehicles. Please give a hand to Ms. Glinda Bathan-Baterina. Please go.
To the ADB staff from the headquarters and the resident missions, distinguished guests, and champions for the environment and nature here today in Manila and online from places all over Asia and the Pacific, good morning. I am honored to be here with you at the first Asian Development Bank's Environment and Nature Learning Week. And I am eager to share with you why we at Clean Air Asia work so passionately for healthy air in Asia and the Pacific, how ADB and Clean Air Asia have worked together to address air pollution for more than 20 years, and to provide some evidence that multi-stakeholder partnerships, regional cooperation, and knowledge sharing are necessary in successful clean air actions. Did you know that air pollution was responsible for 1 in 8 deaths worldwide in 2021? And that Asia bore a heavier burden with 1 in 3 deaths in Central, South, and Southeast Asia linked to air pollution? This is according to the State of Global Air report published this year with analysis specifically focused on Asia. Fine particulate matter, or what we know of as PM 2.5 and other pollutants like ozone, contribute to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, reducing life expectancy by up to 2 to 3 years in heavily polluted regions like South and Southeast Asia. The impacts of air pollution are felt disproportionately depending on where you live, work, your stage in life, health condition, and socioeconomic status. Young children, the elderly, pregnant women, low-income communities, and those with underlying health conditions are most vulnerable to the health impacts of air pollution and are among the worst affected. In addition, air pollution impacts the economy, nature, and biodiversity. on air pollution's impact to the economy, the equivalent of 4 to 11% of GDP was lost due to exposure to PM 2.5 in 2019 in countries across Central, South, and Southeast Asia, according to a World Bank report. On air pollution's impact on nature and biodiversity, air pollution significantly damages natural ecosystems by creating acid rain that harms forests and aquatic life, reducing plant growth and yields. Key pollutants lead to ecological imbalances, harming plant and animal health, and reducing the biodiversity of forests, lakes, and other natural habitats. My colleagues and I at Clean Air Asia, and I am sure many of you here too, are passionate about addressing air pollution because doing so saves lives, improves quality of life and health, especially of vulnerable sectors like young children, the elderly, and those with existing illnesses. It reduces the adverse impacts on the economy and limits the harmful effects on nature, and helps achieve development goals and national and global priorities, including climate goals. However, only 1% of international development funding was dedicated to air pollution. And this you will hear in the air pollution breakout session during the week. Clean Air Asia is an international non-governmental organization leading the regional mission for better air quality and healthier, more livable cities throughout Asia. Our mission is to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions in Asia and contribute to the development of a more sustainable, equitable, and healthier region. We bring solutions to cities, including developing, implementing, and tracking clean air and climate action plans, integrate air pollution prevention and control into policies, plans, and programs in sectors that influence air quality and climate, like transport, industry, waste, urban development, agriculture. We build capacity at city and national levels that results in tangible reductions in air pollution and climate change impacts. Increase awareness of air pollution and climate change to change attitudes, foster behavioral change, and encourage action to address poor air quality. Through our Asia Knowledge Exchange, we share best practices, policies, and technologies for science-based air quality management, drawing from successful initiatives across Asia. Many of you may not know that Clean Air Asia was established out of a technical assistance project of the Asian Development Bank way back in 2001. For 6 years, our secretariat was hosted in this building. Well, not this building, the older building. At that time, there was no active clean air initiative or clean air community in Asia. The World Bank had at that time established clean air initiatives in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Central Europe, but not in Asia. So ADB and the World Bank, together with more than 60 organizations from national and city governments, NGOs, academic institutions, private sector and development organizations, established the Clean Air Initiative for Asian Cities, or CAI Asia, in 2001. At our 10th anniversary, we rebranded to Clean Air Asia because many people often referred to us as CIA Asia instead of CAI Asia, and we didn't want any complications arising from that name. We now hold offices. Our headquarters is just across the street from ADB at the Robinson's Tower. And we have country offices in China, India, and our Indonesia office is undergoing registration. Since 2001, we have collaborated with ADB to reduce air pollution in Asia and the Pacific. To generate political will, together with ADB, we help increase awareness on air pollution and its health impacts. ADB helped support updates to Clean Air Asia's flagship report, the Air Quality Status and Trends Report for Asia. In the 2023 report, we showed how 99% of 849 cities that were part of the report and surveyed have PM 2.5 levels that do not meet the WHO health-based guidelines for air quality. Together with ADB, we jointly organize webinars and workshops like the Better Air Quality Conference that draws more than 700 practitioners across Asia and the Pacific. This is a joint effort that we have done for 11 years and which we will again hold in March 2026 in Bangkok. On capacity building, on evidence-based assessment of air pollution levels and sources, on clean air action planning, the Asian Development Bank, together with Ricardo, Logica, and Clean Air Asia, we helped implement a technical assistance project to develop science-based action plans for 7 cities in Asia, engaging stakeholders every step of the way. For the same project, we made cities and countries and stakeholders aware of the clean air solutions by sharing good practices. We developed technology toolkits and virtual solutions marketplace where private sector and government officials interacted in a virtual platform because that was then still during the pandemic. Together with ADB, we support city and national government agencies in developing policies to enable solutions and drive funding and investment so that these can be implemented. An example of this is the development of the roadmap for cleaner fuels and vehicles in Asia, which became the Bible and resulted in Vietnam and Philippines moving to cleaner fuels and vehicle standards, which we enjoy now, Euro 4 fuels in the Philippines and in Vietnam. This brings me to the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships in tackling air pollution. Air pollution is considered a wicked problem because it has numerous causes, complex and interconnected systems, and no single clear solution, making it difficult to define, describe, and solve. Air pollution is a multi-pronged challenge. It stems from traffic congestion, industrial emissions, agricultural burning, even household cooking fires. No single entity can address it alone. Governments provide the regulatory backbone, think emission standards, and national action plans. Development banks like the ADB bring the financial and the technical and knowledge muscle, channeling concessional loans and grants to scale up clean technologies from electric buses to solar power grids. Civil society, including voices like yours and mine, we amplify the unheard and foster grassroots innovations. And let's not overlook the private sector, which is a source of ingenuity and resources. Yet the true multiplier effect comes from regional cooperation and knowledge sharing, which events like this, the Environment Learning and Nature Learning Week, embody so brilliantly. Let me give an example of how battle-tested strategies may come up and be discussed at in this forum this week. Not many know that China achieved 40% emission reduction in 7 years, a feat which the US took 3 decades to accomplish. And when speaking to the eminent experts like Professor Hakabin of Tsinghua University, he would openly say that this became possible only because, largely and partly because of the assistance that they received from experts from the US. And so now our experts in China are so willing to extend their knowledge and share their knowledge to the rest of developing Asia that is encountering similar air pollution problems, with the hope that we can further reduce the time it takes to have clean air. And what did that accomplish? It added 2 years to the average life expectancy in China. And Beijing did even better. From 2013 to 2020, PM 2.5 levels declined by 55%, 85 micrograms to 38 micrograms in 7 years, and adding 4.6 years to the average lifespan. But we must put this into context. At the time when the report of EPIC Chicago was written, of the University of Chicago was written, Beijing's air pollution levels were still 3 times more higher or polluted than Los Angeles. But all of the success that Beijing and China achieved was not at the expense of growing its economy. So the lesson that can be learned from the China and the Beijing experience is that economic growth can be achieved without having to lose lives from air pollution. In closing, let me say that the road to cleaner air is long, but it is lit by the partnerships that we have forged, the knowledge that we've shared, and the vision that unites us. The time is now to intervene and provide support to the countries and cities that have political will. In the Better Air Quality Conference 2023, held here in the halls of the ADB, there were 60 plus projects that were identified as needing funding. These were stated by cities and countries and other stakeholders. So this provides a great opportunity for you who are working in the ADB to find ways to bring the funding where it is needed. And together with the ADB and at the helm and allies like Clean Air Asia by your side, we can transform Asia's air pollution from a crisis into an opportunity to reap all the benefits that clean air brings, especially saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Glinda. So before we proceed, we'd like to take a photo. So now I'd like to invite our management, DG Eugene, Yoko, Isao, Ms. Glinda, please join us. Terry, I don't know if he's still there. SD Toru, please come up here in front so we can take a photo just in front of the screen. And also our panel discussants, Satoshi, Jingfeng, Jennifer, and Argo. And we'd also like to ask Heidi and Nita to please come up front to join the photo. Yes. So we'll take 2 photos, one with you facing here, the other one facing the.
Okay. Right up here, at the back, back, right up here. Okay. Right up here. Okay, ready? One, two, one more. One, two, one last. Yes. Thank you very much.
Sorry, one more photo. If you could just turn around with us. Sorry, one more photo with the stage behind you. Sorry. So one more. Please face the audience. Okay. So the photographer is asking if we could go up to the stage, please.
Hi, kamusta? Okay lang.
Thank you very much, everyone, for indulging us for this photo. Okay, so for our next session, we have convened some of the finest experts from ADB Sectors Group to discuss how the Environment Action Plan is being mainstreamed into our operations. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Yoko Watanabe, Director of the Environment Division, who will be moderating this session.
Okay, so thank you very much. Is it working? Yes. It's a really pleasure to be here today and having this panel to kickstart this exciting Environment and Nature Learning Week. So I really like to invite our distinguished panelists to the podium. First, Mr. Qingfeng Zhang, who is the Senior Director for the Agriculture, Food Security, and Nature and Rural Development. Please come to the stage. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Satoshi Ishii, the Director of Water and Urban Development. Thank you. And the next is Ms. Jennifer Torres, a Principal Senior Sustainable Finance Specialist from the Finance Department. Thank you. And then finally, but not least, our good colleague, Mr. Argo Singha Roy, the Director of Climate Change Adaptation from CCSD. Thank you. So colleagues, today we have already heard from the keynote speech and also from DG Eugene regarding how important we need to be working on environment and nature, not only from the environment perspective, but also from the economic and society perspective. We all knew that almost half or even beyond in Asia and Pacific, almost 75% of our economy actually relies on nature and environment and natural resource. And we also know that this is really under high pressure right now with ecosystem destruction, and nature is being under threat. And so we have been hearing that the gap on finance, as Terry mentioned, is growing to even beyond the initial 700 trillion, but now 942 trillion annually. And we really need to reduce this gap and really address on the issues of environment and nature. And we also know that this is environment, and working on nature is not only about conservation of wildlife or protected area and stuff. We are working with society and economy, and we really need to work with sectors who are all here, and also working through these projects and address environmental issues. So we're not only talking about, in a way, nature positive, but also nature mainstreaming, and try to see how we can incorporate these elements together so that we can have stronger impact and a sustainable impact, and also have a stronger impact to the economy and also livelihood on the ground. So with that introduction, we will be having a really exciting discussion here with our key champions in the different sectors who've been working on environmental nature work through their sector work. And I can't be more excited to be having this exciting set of colleagues here. And I just wanted to really highlight here that throughout the next 2 days, and also through the training, we will be discussing how we can enhance and expand our investment related to environment and have more inputs within the sector on environment and nature component. So to kickstart that discussion, so Qingfen, I want to ask you, in agriculture and food security transformation, how can that accelerate environment and nature investment? And how can that, also have a positive impact towards environment? Because we heard that agriculture sector is actually the largest, threat to biodiversity and nature, but also this is an opportunity, I think. So I want to ask you the question and see how we can expand the area of work together.
Yes, thank you so much, Yuko. Again, I also take this opportunity to also thank Congress Toro, our Senior Director for the CSIE, and also Eugene, of course, leadership from the Yuko to organize a very important gathering for our environmental community. So from the FNR sector perspective, I want to pick up the one key message from the Terry, actually, this Policy Institute, the Finance in Nature. One of the key message, of course, is a global food system is the single largest driving forces for biodiversity loss. And then, of course, it's just for agriculture per se, 22,000 of this nature loss or the biodiversity loss come from the agriculture. So this one of the key messages from that report is now for financing nature or the natural capital investment, one of the key entry points is to build up the global bio nature positive food and the land infrastructure. So again, the key message is here is particularly for the Asia Pacific, we need to feed over 50% of the global populations, but we have the very scarce natural resources. So how to achieve that? The key message is we need to feed the Asia, save the nature. This is not conflict. We need to come together, same vision. So that's why when the President Kanda arrived at the ADB, the first briefing we gave to him, he's about this food system transformation. His feedback very clear. Agricultural food, not only just about hunger, not just about the sort of the malnutrition, but also about this planet. So that's why when Kanda-san announced the ADB's $40 billion food system transformation in Milan, and same time, he also announced this $150 million natural capital fund. These two things is come hand in hand. And same time, we also launched the together Yuko with the UK FCDO on this nature and food partnership with the FCDO. So the message is very clear. In Asia, we need to produce more diverse and also nutritious food, create a green job. But same time, we need to enhance electrical carbon investment. We need to reduce the environmental footprint and also build this resilient value chain I call the Asia Pacific. So I want to take this opportunity to also share FNR sector together environmental thematic team. We are now working on a electro capital approach paper, which is a support the environmental action plan, but same time also support the Canada-Sun's food system transformation ambition. Three key pillars. One is, of course, is the electro capital accounting through this our electro capital lab. Now is we already pilot number of the key countries. Of course, the first one started with the Philippines. So electro capital accounting now through this growth ecosystem product now is already embedded in their Philippines legal framework. So that's why they have the electro capital accounting act. This is for Philippines. Armenia, we just finished the electro capital accounting for the Armenia. This is the River Warships electro capital accounting going to support this Armenia to host the COP17. Sri Lanka and the Cook Island, the ecosystem accounts now is also informed this national decision making. More importantly, we mainstream this electro capital accounting into the ADB investment. One of the key features, of course, is electro capital accounting, GEP become key features for ADB investment, the Yale River Ecological Corridor and also Yangtze River Economic Bay Initiative. And at the same time, we also incorporate GEP of the ADB's investment. The last year, is the first flyway initiative, South Dongting Lake project, actually the electro capital accounting already incorporate. Number two is about de-risk of private sector investment. So we have this electro capital fund together with the Global Environmental Facility, of course, also with the environmental team, Global Agricultural Food Security Program, and more importantly, PSOD was a blended financing for nature-based solutions. So we have this nature investment platform together, try to de-risk of this private sector investment for three key things: greener food value chains, and the watershed conservations, and the biodiversity conservation. So leverage more capital, financial capital for this space. The third pillar is about this digital natural assets. Now, for nature-based solution for agricultural rice farming, big potential for the carbon market. And also, right, we introduced biodiversity credit. How to capitalize this new benefit? We need to build up this digital platform. So this digital platform, we already pilot. One is in Sichuan, with this KMS rice farming linked to the carbon trading. So Tencent indicate the interest. And then in Chishui watershed, we write a pilot, the first biodiversity credit incorporate in this Chishui watershed conservations. Finally, I want to say two things. One is to scale up this beautiful things. We need to go through this landscape approach. That's why this President Canada's food system transformation initiative very much built it through the river basin or its landscape approach. It started from the, of course, glacier to farm in Central Asia, and in Southeast Asia, we have the South Ocean Resilient River Basin Initiative. The East Asia, we have this Yale River Ecological Corridor. Now, of course, with the sustainable rice farming platform, but more importantly, South Asia, we started talking about the mountain to data. The key message is only when we redirect the subsidy toward the regenerative farming and they reward the upstream farmers for the soil health or the biodiversity, and then we have the chance reduce the downstream risk of the floods, pollution, and also water risk. One of the last message I want to say, Terry just mentioned about this regional flyway initiative. Policy Institute, WWF, and many other pro-life international. We just come back from the Jiangsu and Chen. Actually, Yuko also gave the virtual message. I think when we're talking about this virtual natural capital lab, we need to also have the physical lab. So that is Jiangsu Yancheng. One of the partner agree, Scott Morris agree, we have this physical lab that's established there. ADB can be very proud through their investment there. This become the foundation for regional flyway, start from Jiangsu Yancheng and the South Dongting, right over there with the Philippines and many others. So with this, I look forward to work together with the environmental team. Of course, my friend Satoshi, Otan Oben, and also finance Jennifer, and also, of course, his climate team as well. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Xingfan, for that comprehensive remark. And also, we will be having for the next 2 days learning about the Natural Capital Fund, the Nature Solutions Finance Hub, and other mechanisms that helps to scale up the work together with the sectors and themes on this issue of nature and environment. So with that, I'll have really a pleasure to introduce Satoshi to talk about also as a key partner on nature and environment, working from the water and urban sector. Where do you see the most opportunities working together on environmental issues? And also, how can we accelerate these investments further?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yoko, and thank you very much for inviting Ud. I'm kind of sitting here on behalf of Norio, but then we have Nita in front of me, and then it's kind of the entire Ud team. And by hearing, of course, for first Yoko-san about this, your focus on circular economy and nature, and then nature-based solution, and so on and so forth, it was really what Ud has been doing it. Like we really talking a lot internally that how we are going to enhance and then promote those concepts in our operation. As you and everybody understand that I do believe that Ud can play a pivotal role in terms of creating the enabling environment, unlocking financing, and then also align infrastructure development in environmental sustainability. So in Asia Pacific region, we always talking about that, more than 80% of wastewater is untreated in Asia Pacific, and then the 1.8 billion tons of the municipal solid waste generated every year, and then maybe the Clean Air Asia can tell us better, but some statistics shows about the 99 out of 100 air polluted city in Asian Pacific, right? So I think we do really feel that the role of the Ud as a sector, and then also as a connector to working with a different part of ADB is really, really important. This is a bit of my personal reflection, but when I joined the bank 17 years ago, our project processing was more about talking about infrastructure, and then of course providing sanitation, water supply, and sometimes solid waste management. I think now, as everyone knows that our project design is getting more and more complex, and we cannot really ignore the power of nature. So it's not really becoming a nice things to have about nature-based solution or some of the green spaces, but then now it's really a must to have those components. So I think our mindset has been clearly changing, and that's really the opportunity, I think. The also Ud has since after NOM, we have this emerging area team, and one of the 3 focus areas for us is the sustainable tourism. And then apparently, sustainable tourism is really the area that biodiversity, nature, the value of the nature really matters. And then how we are going to connect to this, conservation of the nature and even enhancing the nature into, some local economy, the support and then the socio-economic development of the local area, very, very important. So apparently Ud can also, be a connector and also lead, those aspects as well. Of course, we have several, the examples like very famous, the Fujian Coastal City Climate Resilient and the Biodiversity Conservation Project. We talk about Flyway Initiative all the time, but we also do have some project processing now designing in Armenia, in Yerevan, and then also Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And then also Bangkok, we talk about the Spawn City. So I think, those elements are really coming into our normal practice, and I really appreciate it that, everyone, I can see many many faces here working, for those projects are really, they're working hard on that. And maybe because I'm also a strategy and partnership director, I also touch upon a little bit about the capacity building part of it. And then we also organize the Learning Week, similarly, like we also organized Learning Week in Netherlands, and this year we did in Spain, and then the next year maybe in UK. Of course, closely aligned with our financiers who is contributing their money into our trust funds. But we are learning a lot from Netherlands, for example, Nature-Based Solution Learning Week, which was a joint learning week between AFNR sector and then the UD sector working together. And then I think we would like to do more with other sector offices, and then as well as the CCSD team as well. So would really having a focused learning week to promote those concepts. But I think we really would like to, again, invite more ADB, different part of ADB, the officers and then also experts to be part of this, learning week, so that we can foster those innovative technologies and then also innovative approaches as well. And of course, we have just got our VP approved on the credit sharing mechanism. So this is also something that within sector department we are going to work more in an integrated manner, and that's really important. I think as UD and then FNR are kind of very close to each other because of water, and then we do work very closely, and then we of course be part of this river basin initiative, and then the resilient river basin initiatives, and also healthy river the initiative, Glacier to Farm. So we are always been together, but then of course we would like to further collaborate with other sectors, which is also playing a key role in the urban sector and then urban space, let's say, so that we can continue foster and then continue the getting maximum out of those opportunities. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you so much, Satoshi. And it's really clear that working on circular economy, also on water issue with healthy ocean, there is a lot of areas that we have been working, and I think wood and AFNR particularly has been a core area of work where we natural resources and work on conservation as well as sustainable use of these resources have come to really a new level at ADB. So congratulations for that, and also looking forward to furthering. I just came back from Lake Sevan with DG Eugene, and it was really nice to see that how we can work with community on water sanitation and also solid water management. So hope we can highlight that at COP17 on the biodiversity COP coming next year. So with that, we'll move to Argo. So I'd like to ask from you, we're in a same cluster working on both climate and nature. You're the director of climate change adaptation. So I wanted to hear from you how the climate change adaptation and mitigation really is hand to hand with nature, and how can we work further together to expand the investment and also collaborate in a more integrated way? Over to you.
Thanks, Yoko, and thanks for having us. I think the first point is we can only gain if we look at climate and nature together, right? That's the bottom line. We heard from the previous presentations, nature provides a few services, both in terms of natural carbon sink, but also to buffer against extreme climate events like landslides and storm surges and floods. I think the global statistics talks about that 30% of the mitigation targets can be achieved by pursuing nature-based solutions. At the same time, many of the ecosystems are also at threat because of climate change. So, rising temperature in sea leading to coral bleaching, or species migrating in the mountain areas. So obviously then these two topics have to be looked together. And then by looking at it together, the solutions are more cost effective, usually. We heard about the potential of green jobs, the health benefits, the pro-gender benefits is also there. So I think it just makes, for me, natural common sense to work on this topic together. However, I think we have to be also careful that there could be certain times some trade-offs are there. Like we do see, a climate action which is leading to mangroves because of you want to, act as natural carbon sink. But then mangroves could have some impact on local fish species. So we have to make sure the climate action is working for nature and for the people. So I think that complementarity of bringing nature, climate, and people, so it works for each other, is very, very important for me. Now, the question of how we can work together, I mean, of course, we're in the same department and working through the sectors is the most important. But I think the natural entry point for me is in DMCs, the ministries of environment and climate change are the same ministries. So if we work through those ministries and empower them and build their capacity, I think for me, that's the first starting point from a thematic point of view, right? And then how those ministries interact with different sector ministries, agriculture or urban or social development, etc. Second point is that I think the problem is often the lack of common metrics in countries or common targets. And if we can really work with DMC client ministries to help them set the concrete targets, which is easy for mitigation, is difficult for adaptation and nature actually, right? So if you have the right targets, the right metrics, and then see how financing can be actually, flow towards those targets is very important. That's more at the upstream level. Secondly, at the midstream level, it's equally important. I think the keynote speaker talked about, valuation. It's very important. Accounting of natural capital is very important. But so is to see how governments, different systems, whether it's infrastructure systems and the standard that's followed, actually embeds nature-based solutions. How governments, social protection systems are actually promoting nature-based solutions through people-led mechanisms. So I think that approaching different systems is very important. And third, at a more operational level, I think if in most countries, NDCs, NAPs, and the biodiversity strategic action plans are identifying certain key sectors that's important to achieve mitigation, adaptation, nature benefits, I think for us, working through those sectors are the starting point. And then see in those sectors what type of investments will deliver the maximum outcomes in terms of climate, nature, and other sectoral outcomes. And if we approach from that angle and make sure our country programming is aligned with that kind of thinking and not the reverse way of having a project and then see what the project benefits provides, is the way to, I think, moving forward. And as Satoshi said, there are many examples there, and hopefully moving forward, we can see more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Argo. Great message regarding really focusing on the impact and working through sectors and really having a larger impact. So thank you so much for that. So before going to the very important discussion with Jen, I know we are running a little late. So after Jennifer, we will ask each of the panelists like one sentence message to this learning week for the participants who are working on this, like one message on what you can learn and what you want to see out of this learning week. I'll ask each of you to sort of be a closing remark after this. So, but Jen, we've been working very closely on the National Nature Solutions Finance Hub and on innovative finance mechanism and others. We have heard from Terry regarding the huge gap. Where do you see where we can invest more in terms of innovative finance, as well as also on how we can scale these work further, knowing that there is so much gap in reality? Over to you.
Thanks, Yoko. Pleasure to be here. And again, thank you so much, because this finance sector is very closely working closely very well with the the environment team, the Nature Solutions Finance Hub. To answer your question, I think it's very important that we need to recognize first that this is not just a matter of a funding shortfall. It's really recognizing how we value nature, how we systematically value nature, not as an externality, something that's not, outside of our economic decisions. That nature is part of our economy and financial systems. And we need to internalize the value of nature in the way how we use our financial models, how we price environmental risks and benefits, how we actually incentivize investments in nature. And to do this, of course, we need to not just rely on the traditional funding models that rely on grants, government budgets, but we need to embrace emerging new financial instruments that would help scale up investments in nature that are impact driven, that are scalable. So let me walk through some of these examples. So say, for example, in ADB, we use a lot of blended finance. We combine, concessional capital with commercial capital coming from private investors. We use, our technical assistance to help prepare projects. We use, credit enhancements like guarantees and insurance to help de-risk early stage, nature solutions or nature-based solutions, because many of our concessional capital will really help scale up, nature-based solutions because they need to be de-risked. It's very important that we need to work very well with the private sector on this regard, with insurance companies as well. Sustainability-linked bonds and sustainability-linked loans are emerging as an innovative financial instrument. Unlike green bonds that actually support specific green or environmental projects, sustainability-linked bonds, the use of the proceeds are actually more flexible. What the term sustainability-linked means is that the financial terms, like the interest rates or the coupon payments, are now linked to predefined sustainability targets that you defined earlier with investors. And so this is actually gaining a lot of traction because, you can now even combine both climate and nature as a predefined key performance indicator. We also use, evolving from that is the nature-based or nature bonds. And this is very familiar to a lot of institutional investors because bonds, the use of the proceeds, ADB last year actually, we launched the first ADB biodiversity bond. We have the green and the blue bond that would catalyze investments from the private sector. Debt for nature swap is another innovation. Many of the countries that have high or rich in natural resources but have high external debt are now using nature-based solution as a mechanism to actually restructure the sovereign debt in exchange for conservation commitments. So you're freeing up fiscal space actually to invest into biodiversity projects. And we have seen countries like Belize, the Bahamas, the Ecuador, Seychelles as one of those countries have actually restructured their debt in favor of conservation commitments, and the reduced savings, the debt savings from the reduced payments are now redirected to conservation trusts, who manages many of these, conservation projects. Now, payment ecosystem services, I think, is also very popular in our, in our sectors, in water, in agriculture. We need to understand that, the owners of or the stewards of the environment, biodiversity, are actually the local communities, the NGOs. So we need a way to actually help compensate landowners, farmers, local communities who are actually the stewards of this environment, natural biodiversity rich areas, and how to make them inclusive in the financing system. And this is what payment ecosystem is all about, how you would actually compensate them and to make the, the benefits of the financing more really equitable. Because it's important, of course, for private investors that, you actually have the returns needed. If you actually include this, the farmers, the local communities, they benefit as well. Now, PPPs in PES is an important part. It's an innovation in a sense that you're looking at performance-based mechanisms. You're doing blended finance. You're actually, encouraging private sector to actually participate more. I think Terry mentioned about the biodiversity credits, biodiversity offsets. These are now emerging market-based mechanisms whereby You actually have tradable units that compensates, those who are actually protecting nature as well. We have insurance mechanisms, again, that help de-risk those investments, making sure that, early stage projects are being, de-risked to help mobilize capital. So these are some of the examples of the financing instruments, and I'm looking forward to actually hearing more from everyone about how we would apply some of this in our sectors. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jen, for that great summary of different, financial instruments. And we'll have a working group who will be focusing on the sustainable finance, nature, and climate finance later in this week. So this is great, kickstart. So I know, time is running out, but it's been a really amazing set of expertise and rich sort of experience and expertise coming together. So the final point is 30-second pitch. Message from all of these senior experts, senior managers to the Learning Week, your message towards one thing maybe they can learn and bring back home and make a difference in the world.
Yes, thank you so much. I saw it's indeed smiling. So I will still reflect when we started this Nature Capital Lab many years ago during the pandemic. So again, I mentioned about the Nature Capital Lab, Nature Capital Fund, and also digital platform, and also recently we have this living example of the region flyway in the Jiangsu and Cheng as a regional hub, which together with the Scott Morris. So one of the efforts we want to demonstrate nature capital is not a cost, it's a great source of the job, resilience, and also prosperity. So we get together, continue scale up. Thank you so much. So in the 40 seconds.
Okay, from my side, I just said that maybe, especially to the UD colleagues that, we are now talking more and more about those concepts. We want to bring that into our project. I really want the UD staff to challenge all of, the people, and then how we're going to do it. We have to do more upstream engagement, more analysis, more investment. How are we going to bring that into our project design? Very limited, the demanding time frame as well. I really want to have an open discussion. And of course, non-UD staff, please, collaborate with UD staff and then try to advise us how we could, create a more important, interesting project on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think for us, the biggest challenge we are facing in the adaptation space is not lack of political will or not lack of money. The biggest challenge is we don't know if our investments are effective or not at the end of the day. So for me, a learning week like this should inspire and challenge to see how we can really achieve the outcome and ensure effectiveness of every single dollar spent on these issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Argo.
I think it's important to recognize that still enabling policies and regulatory frameworks for nature finance is still very much underdeveloped, and government needs to incentivize how you would scale up investments in nature. So fiscal incentives, it's very important how they would integrate even nature into their planning process, in their financial systems. And this is where ADB, we need to be helping them on how to actually change that narrative, how to change their thinking, and be the process of change for them as well. So I think that's really very important.
Thank you very much, Jen. So we'll conclude now. This is the first ever community of praxis on environment coming together and working with the 6 working groups now under it, and having this environmental learning week to learn from each other and actually collaborate among each other and bring in that whole sort of expertise and the strengths and the value add of ADB together and expand and enhance the investments related to nature and environment, not only on biodiversity, but also on circular economy, air quality, and nature-based solutions. So with that, I really want to thank you, Ching-Feng, Satoshi, Argo, and Jen for this fascinating discussion. And thank you and welcome to the reception, not reception, to you. It's at the end of the day, the reception, but for the tea and coffee and have a network. So thank you very much again.
Thank you. Tea and coffee and some snacks will be served outside, and we will reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. Good morning. May I invite everyone to please take their seats so we can start again for the second half. You can bring your coffee and tea in here. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope you all had some snacks and coffee and tea to power you up for the next half of the morning. So now we will dive into the core of this week's event. Karma Yangzom, Principal Environment Specialist, will give us an overview of ADB's Environment Action Plan for 2024 to 2030. Please give a hand to Karma.
Have my slides, no? Good morning, everybody. So, as mentioned by Vicky, I will be presenting the Environment Action Plan. I think you have heard about it a couple of times already in the morning session. And I will just give a quick overview on what the action plan is all about. So if we can go to the presentation, please. I'm the one controlling. So this is what the Environment Action Plan looks like. The book you can see in the picture. And if you just go to Google and do ADB Environment Action Plan, it'll pop up in case you have not seen it or downloaded it. And this action plan was prepared and approved on 31st October last year, so almost a year since its approval. And this is the overarching framework of the action plan and also of how we, the environment team, works and delivers on the action plan. So basically, it is like in some ways like a roadmap or a plan to for ADB to respond to the triple crisis, which you can see the green, orange, and blue bubbles on top to address the triple crisis, which is biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change. And corresponding to the triple crisis, the Environment Action Plan has 3 pillars. You can see similar color underneath. One pillar is on biodiversity and ecosystem management. The other pillar is on pollution control and circular economy. And the last one is on nature-based climate solutions. So we have aligned the organization of the Environment Action Plan and also our team in accordance with the triple crises. And then if you look inside the bubbles in the bottom, you will see we have programs. So in the biodiversity and ecosystem management pillar, we have the Healthy Ocean Program and ecosystem restoration, which is basically focusing on terrestrial biodiversity. And in the pollution pillar, we have the Air Quality Program and Circular Economy Program. And in the nature-based climate solutions pillar, we have nature-based solutions, quality infrastructure, and also innovative finance and governance for nature. And so the members, the staff in the team, we are organized around this. We have a lead for each of the pillars, and then we have a lead for each of the programs inside the pillar. And the 2 key approaches that we are following to promote the environment agenda in ADB's portfolio is the 2 yellow bubbles that you see. First is by increasing nature positive investments. So this is helping with origination and having more projects where nature and environment improvement is the key objective of the investment project. The second approach is mainstreaming nature and environment in our investments, in sector investments. This is including both sovereign and non-sovereign. And here we are working to strengthen or enhance the components of the investments which generate environment and nature benefits. So here again are the three pillars of the Environment Action Plan. These are all very much interconnected and mutually reinforcing. So for example, by addressing waste, in particular plastic waste, we are also able to help the biodiversity pillar, particularly in relation to marine biodiversity. So this is just one example. And in terms of the actions, so in the Annex 1 of the EAP, we have a list of 64 actions, and these actions are organized around these different streams. So the upstream actions, this is focusing a lot on the strategic level policies, plans, basically supporting our DMCs to improve their environment and nature-related governance and policies in the context of ADB, making sure that we have adequate or mainstream environment and nature in the country partnership strategies. At the midstream level, this is more focused around carrying out diagnostic studies, basically helping to create an enabling environment for generating pipeline projects on nature and environment downstream. And here is where we also promote a lot of cross-sectoral and regional cooperation and innovative finance. And downstream is basically all about the pipeline projects, where we help with generating pipeline projects as well as participating in the pipeline projects, contributing to it. Since we are a small team, so we are not able to be a part of each and every project, but there are several projects where our team is either a co-team lead or a one ADB team member or even a peer reviewer for some of the projects. And then we have several cross-cutting activities, which is focused on partnership and stakeholder engagement, capacity building, training, knowledge sharing, promoting digital technology. And these are all sort of cross-cutting activities which contribute to our delivery on the upstream, midstream, and downstream actions. So how are we doing in terms of the implementation of the EAP so far? So there are a total of 64 actions in the Environment Action Plan. And here you can see how we are doing. So we have completed a couple of actions already. There you can see in the green color. And then we have majority, I think in total about 83% of the actions is still under implementation. And we hope that some of the yellow will convert into green by the end of this year. And then there are very few actions which are yet to be initiated. So I think, considering that the Environment Action Plan was approved just about a year ago, I think we're doing quite well. But however, the list of actions, this is like an evolving list. It's a live list, and we will be updating it from time to time in consultation with our key partners in the sector groups, the regional departments, and also private sector. And I guess one point that I should have mentioned earlier is this Environment Action Plan, though it's led by our team, everybody in the bank, like several departments, are very much a part of the action plan. And a lot of the 64 actions are being led actually by, for example, the agriculture sector, the finance sector, SPD. So many departments across the bank are all important players for the action plan. So again, this is another overview. You can see 83% is ongoing. And hopefully, again, as I said, much of the yellow will turn into green by end of the year. And then finally, in terms of next steps, so we had the first Environment Action Plan working group meeting in June this year. And this is basically an internal ADB cross-departmental group. And we are planning to have the next meeting sometime in November next month. And then we will be preparing the first EAP progress report to be finalized in Q1 next year. So I think I'm on time. I finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karma. So there's really a lot of work ahead, but it's important that, you know, you're all here in this learning week to see how it really can be integrated into your work. So thank you very much, Karma. For more information, you may download a copy of the EAP from the Environment Community SharePoint site. And the materials and the recording of this event will also be available there. They will just make an announcement. And now we will hear from Duncan Lang, Principal Environment Specialist. He will walk us through how ADB will be tracking the environment and nature indicator across its portfolio. And he will also do a quick survey to get your inputs on the materiality assessment for ADB's 2026 Sustainability Report. So Duncan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for still being here. After the high-level bit, often you get a lot of people leaving. So thanks for sticking around. Okay, so I don't think anybody has missed this, but we have gone away from the 7 OPs, and we are now with the strategic focus areas. And one of those, climate action, is very much linked to us, as well as our colleagues in the CCRE team. I've highlighted here the one that we are in charge of looking at, which is a number of projects and percentage there. And I'll talk about how we're doing with this target later on, but that's the one that is linked to us. Obviously, we still are looking at the other strategic focus areas as well, but that's the one that is most relevant for us. So going from the strategic focus areas to the how we're measuring this, the DRs, development results, we've now shifted to this people, planet, and prosperity model. And the indicator number 9 is the one that is linked with us. Now, when we created this, we were actually really trying to be quite aspirational in doing something that to measure and trying to find a way that we were able to link the whole environment family, if you like, with all of our team and what we're doing. And that's why we, as you'll notice there, the indicator that we created, which is the terrestrial, aquatic, and atmospheric areas conserved, restored, and enhanced, and/or under sustainable management. The atmospheric part is very new, and I think we're the only MDB that has tried to tackle that. Karma, if you want to hear the inside track on that and get more details, she can give you some feedback later in the forum as we're here this week. But we've been working with Ricardo, a very great consultancy who's been helping us to come up with some numbers of how we can monitor that. So now this has been rolled out, the new CRF, and now in our system we're starting to track all this. I don't know if any of you have attended any of the presentations that we have been doing around the bank along with SPD. When we did that, we created a SharePoint site that there's the link to it on the screen here. So you're very much welcome to go and check that out. It gives you the details of how we're trying to track. And just to give you a kind of sense of what that looks like on the website, this is kind of part of the page, and there's more information there. But essentially, the big thing that we really want to do is see how we can link ADB projects to the programs that we're doing in the environment team. So you can see there, they've got that tick list there of the different programs that we're looking at. And the idea is that by going through this process, then we tag that. And historic tagging has been quite underwhelming. And actually, we often got measured using the SDGs. And 14 and 15 are life on land and life in the sea. And I think we had a 2022 report, which I think had tagging for ADB projects, gender around 92%, climate 85%. So those are two targets under the SDGs. Life on land, 4%, life below water, 2%. So our tagging has been completely off. We're doing way more than that, but it's just not being tagged. So we're hoping that by going with this new system, we'll be much better able to tag our projects. So people have been coming to us in the last few weeks going, oh, I don't know how to do this, and it's very complicated. So I wanted to we got a video made, and I'm going to try and make it work. All right, here we go. Yes, okay. So when people are in EOPS putting in the information, the key thing is looking at the classification of a project. So if you click on that, apologies if you don't do this, but it's relevant. You can tell your colleagues we have this. You go to your update button there on the right, and then you can scroll down the screen once you've done that, and it will take you to the environment indicators. So hopefully it's working. Yeah, okay, it is happening. And there you will see that all of the different indicators are listed, and it's really literally just a check box of each one that you want to tick. You can tick them all, or you can just tick one of them. That's as simple as it. And the SharePoint site we've created gives you the feedback on what these pillars are and what would qualify and what wouldn't. And there's a process you can go through with us to say, okay, we think this is an ocean project because it's dealing with plastics that might be going into the sea. We will tell you, okay, it's over 100 kilometers from the sea. It might be in a river, so it wouldn't count. So we can help you with that process, but it's very simple, the actual tagging. Where we know what the nature finance and we can do the attribution, you put that in there. And then going back to the DR9, our results indicator there, if we know the area by which we see that the improved sustainable management or the restoration or protection will be, then we can put that area in. But if we don't know that, we can still put to be determined if you're at the early stage of the project classification. But if not, you can put not applicable, because some projects we just won't ever be able to know that. Okay, so hopefully that was helpful for you. We're going to put that video up on the website and SharePoint so anybody can look at it, because it's actually pretty simple to tag. It's just you have to do a bit of background work with us to work out why you would tag. Okay, so the other big thing that's coming is Yoko and DG Eugene will be there in Belém in COP30, where we will be relaunching the common principles for nature finance tracking. Now, with that will be a taxonomy. So any project that has what we consider nature financing, Cheng-Feng was talking about sustainable regenerative agriculture, that would count. So all of those type of projects, we will have that in the taxonomy. And then moving forward, everybody should be able to tag those projects. We have these older documents on the SharePoint site right now, but come this autumn at COP30, they will all be released. And then we will be working with SPD, similar to what the climate team did, to develop a methodology for tracking nature finance. And this will follow probably at a more simplistic level the processes that we've done for climate tagging. Okay, so we've got here some numbers. It hasn't been updated, but I now know what they all mean. So basically, the numbers in red are the progress that we have got now. So 36% is the projects that are tagged for environment now in 2024. In 2025, we are now up to 22.3%. That's for the pipeline. And then in 2026 to 28, it's up to 34%. You can see that non-sov is generally much lower than sovereign operations, which is understandable. And particularly for the moving forward for the pipeline kind of side of things, we also know that we don't know what's going on in the private sector in the future very quickly. And just to say as well that the CRF target for nature is with DRM and environment is 32%, and we think we take about 20% of that. Okay, I'm going to very quickly now just get on to this. So Enrique, wherever you are, come on up. So Enrique has, I think you may know that I've been doing the sustainability report for quite some time. And Enrique has joined the controllers team, and he is now heavily involved with our work on moving forward with sustainability reporting as well. So I'm not really going to go through this because I've run out of time, but all I would just say is we've been doing this report since 2007. It's one of our only places where we disclose quite a bit of our information on corporate sustainability, like health and safety numbers and things like that, and emissions from our HQ. We follow the GRI, a globally recognized benchmarking system. And just to say, we are starting the process for developing our project for in 2026. I'll just quickly turn over to Enrique, who can perhaps talk very briefly about our work on possibly where we might be going more broadly on sustainability disclosures as well. Enrique?
Thank you. Thank you for just sharing the space with me. I don't have a video and I cannot do the magic. Congratulations for that, because it was just perfect syncing. But I'm coming from the CTL department. I'm new here, so bear with me if I don't just know the acronyms right. But I'm coming from the financial sector in terms of reporting, sustainability, climate risk, and green financing. So what we're seeing is a trend from MDBs in terms of more integrated reporting. So what we're looking is how MDBs, but also corporates and DMCs are adopting the ISSB standards. Anybody familiar with the ISSB standards? Two people. TCFD. You cannot be familiar with TCFD and not with the ISSB. All right. So these are the climate risk and sustainability standards from the financial sector, and they are really broad in terms of the details that they capture, and the purpose that they have is really to show the financial materiality on how sustainability performance is impacting the financial bottom line. So that's the purpose of these sort of standards. What we're looking is to complement the work in terms of the impact materiality that Duncan is leading and is part of the GRI report in terms of how we can really understand, assess the risks that are under the materiality, the financial materiality. What is financially material from the perspective of our sustainability performance? So, and for that, we follow these standards. ISSB, you will hear a lot of them in the future because these are new standards that are coming. A lot of the MDBs are working on this standard. Just EBRD recently published their ISSB standard report together with the sustainability report. ADB, same thing. And of course, we'll support the GRI report next year. But our approach is to really understand how financial performance can be challenge because of sustainability activities and how we take into consideration opportunities, but also the risks that are associated with this. So those are my 2 cents for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Enrique. So I only have one more. Right. So guys, get your phones out. So if you want to, we're at the stage now where we're at the very beginning of thinking about the next report. And through sustainability reporting, you have to do a materiality assessment. So this should be around the bank, I hope, on screens in the coming days, if it's not already. But we really want to hear from you. What should be the makeup of our report? And following good practice, you should do this. And stakeholders for the report also include internal stakeholders. They're not just external. So we encourage you all to do this survey if you like and give us your feedback. It literally is like 5 minutes max. You know, it's very, very quick. And apologies for going over. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Duncan and Enrique, for that presentation. I hope now we can improve ADB's reporting on our nature and environment indicators for CRF and also for the sustainability report. So now comes the fun part. The next activity will get you up, walking around the room and chatting with your fellow participants. I would like to invite Suzanne Roth, Advisor, Department of Communications and Knowledge, and Jane to please share with us the mechanics for the environment marketplace. Suzanne? Yes.
Thank you very much. So we are here from the knowledge and innovation team. So first of all, anyone who has any questions about how you manage your knowledge in your work better, or if you have any innovative ideas that you want to have supported, especially across different disciplines, please reach out to us. So you can either email me, Suzanne Roth, or Gaio, or Jane, or chat to us in MS Team. So that's kind of the first appeal to you. Second, we really like to congratulate you, all the work you're doing in the environment sector. Yoko is a big champion for intersectorial work, for being open to modern approaches to knowledge sharing. So thank you for that. Really great work you're doing. And now we want to open the marketplace. So how does this work? So Marketplace is a knowledge management tool. It aims to enhance knowledge sharing across you as colleagues. There's a saying in knowledge management, which is knowledge is best captured in the brain of a person. So you are all knowledge carriers. So as much as you can share your knowledge with your colleagues or have exchanges on specific work you're doing or problems you have, the more you do that, the more you help the organization with the knowledge flowing. There's also another saying, which is that if you have $100 and you should invest it in knowledge management, spend $99 on people talking to people and $1 on systems and technology. Okay, so this is why this work is so important to ensure that you actually all talk to each other. So how will this marketplace work? We have, I think I'm supposed to ask Gaio to do that, right? The introduction of how it will work, the procedures of the marketplace. Okay, so let me hand over to Gaio to explain the process of the marketplace. And then after that, we will hear a pitch from each marketplace leader to entice you to attend their station. So Gaio, over to you to explain the process.
All right, thank you, Suzanne. Good morning, everyone. Oh, I think they still haven't had breakfast yet. Good morning. All right. So it's a bit weird that there's a, I cannot see both sides, so I'll be here. So what we're going to do, like what Suzanne said, okay, there will be a marketplace that we will be doing right now. Okay. So what we're going to do is there are 6 market or vendors. You can see the monitors there, 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6. So what we're going to do later, Suzanne will be calling each of the vendor of these marketplace to pitch what they have to offer. And after that pitch, you need to choose just 3 among the 6 vendors that you would like to visit. So once the bell starts to ring, you can go to your preferred vendor, and then there are post-it notes on each of the table wherein you can write your thoughts, ideas, questions, or inputs to that vendor, right? So you just need to choose 3. You will be given only 10 minutes to stop by the vendor. Once you hear the bell, leave your vendor and go to another vendor to find out what they are offering. All right? So only 3 vendors that you have to visit. Is that clear? How high the energy level? Is that very clear? Yes. All right, Suzanne?
Great. Thank you. So can we ask now the leaders of these 6 working groups to the front and explain in 30 seconds why the participants should learn more about your working group and contribute to your working group? So we have air quality, we have biodiversity, ecosystem management.
Okay.
Yes.
By one, because we have
Oh,
team.
okay. Do you want to do that? Sure. Yeah.
So thank you very much. We would like to invite the working group lead one by one. So we will go this alphabetically. We would like to invite first Kama for the air quality working group.
You like 10 seconds, you explain why people should come to your station.
Okay. I have to go in the front? Okay. Okay. So I think actually because of the keynote speech from Glenda, my job is easier. So our team is literally working on saving lives. And as we all heard, the 99% of population throughout the world is living in polluted air. And our work, which is causing a lot of deaths, majority of which is happening in Asia and the Pacific, including in the Philippines, where we are right now today. So what we are doing is we are trying to bring solutions to improve the quality of air and improve your health, quality of life, and also extend the length of your life, yourself, your children, your grandparents, the whole community.
Through ADB projects, right?
Through ADB
Yes.
projects.
Okay, great. Good. So, biodiversity. Okay, you use this one. Good.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. I'll go in the middle because you poor guys over there, you don't get to see anything. So, this funny song. Did hold like that. So thanks, everybody. Yeah, come and see what we were doing. So I think Terry said it all, really. Like half the world's economy. In fact, the Asia Pacific Climate Report reckons that in our region, about 70+% of the economy is directly or closely linked to nature. So I think we really need to invest in it. So come and talk to us. We focus also on the mainstreaming side as well as trying to scale up nature positive. We're in a bad situation right now. We have 1 million species at risk of going extinct. We have 85% of the wetlands have been lost since 1900. So we really need to bridge that funding gap, which is massive. And so it would be great to talk to you all about how we can do that with our projects. I won't talk about the finance because that's Alvin's. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sal, who's next?
Circular economy, Erin.
I hope your suit is already recycled material, yeah?
Thank you. Okay. So you should come and visit us because we'll tell you how we work together to address the huge waste problems of more than 70% of the mismanaged waste is happening in the Asia, and then we have top 10 of the most polluted rivers to deliver 95% of the marine plastic into the ocean. So you know that for the planet, if we don't find a way to address this, our planet is no longer livable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the Forest Working Group. I haven't met you yet. I think I haven't met you.
Yeah. Hello, nice to meet you. So 10 seconds would be very short. Thank you very much. I'm Stéphane Salim from the Forest Working Group. So you are welcome first because we are the little last of the environment community of practice family. So we are the last group created this year, but we have been very active. So we are doing many things, and also within ADB, it's kind of a growing interest again in forest, linked certainly with global nature agendas, etc. So I think you should come, and also I'm very nice, so we can talk, etc. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And then we have Nature and Climate Finance Working Group. Oh, this is the very energetic group.
So what can I say? Abba has said it. Money, money, money. What makes the world turn. So come to the Nature and Climate Finance Working Group where impact meets innovation. And at the same time, we are creating a movement that is faster, smarter, and inclusive. So inclusive that it includes people from climate, from finance, and from environment. So I hope to see all of you in that poster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now the last one, nature-based solutions. Nature-based, oh!
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Susan. Hi, everyone. It's very nice to see you all. Thank you. My name is Isao Endo. I'm leading this nature-based solutions working group with my colleague and good friend, Jeff Wilson. Through this working group, we are trying to mainstream nature-based solutions into investments. We take the landscape programmatic approach, that is to advance policy development, project design, and capacity building. We believe that by working together, we can make a significant difference. Therefore, please join us in our initiative. And let's try to make a wonderful world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Isao. All right. Okay. So I'm handing over to Gaio. You have the bell, right, to start the first round of shopping knowledge.
Shopping, all right. So first, I would like to invite the vendors or the owners of the market stall to please go to your specific station. And then for the owners or owners/vendors, please make sure that at the end of the 3 rounds, you have someone you choose that can share their insights and inputs at the end of the day, all right? And now for our consumers, I invite everyone to stand right now. But wait, just stand, all right? Just stand. Where is my bell, Jing? There, make it louder. Uh, So once you hear the bell, it means please try out the other vendors. All right? Okay. So now let the marketplace begin. Let's go. Choose three. All right? Choose your first option. Choose your first option and you have 10 minutes.
Mas malaki. Ayan, matinis. Thank you po yan, di ba ako? Kasi baka mag-move sila eh. Eh, mamaya, kalembangin ko ng todo to. Lalabas na. Lalabas na tayo. Apo, ito, nag-monitor ako na tayo. Salamat. Ayan.
Last last 5 minutes. So if you have questions, inputs, and thoughts, please write them down in the post-it notes and leave it on the table or post it in the monitor.
Ting lang. Ganda na roll. Ganda nga yung bawat.
Kailan?
1 minute. One and three. Sasagutin ko itong babae.
All right. So please move to your next choice of vendor. Again, just to remind everyone, there are post-it notes on the table and markers. If you have any ideas, suggestions, and questions, please write them down and just leave them on the table for our vendors and owners. Okay, so have you left your first option and went to your second choice of vendor? So 10 minutes starts now. Last 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes. Again, please use the post-it notes for your ideas, questions, and thoughts. I think that's 1 minute. So once again, please make sure to use the post-it notes on the table to write your ideas, thoughts, or question about the working group. All right. So now it's time to move to the next vendor, shoppers, consumers. It's time to move and go to the other market and find out what they have to offer So it's now time, the third round and last round, to go to your preferred vendor. Time starts now.
Parang 10 minutes.
Last 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes. So once again, please use the post-it notes and the markers on the table for your ideas, thoughts, or questions about the working group. Last 2 minutes before closing time of the marketplace. All right. So unfortunately, the marketplace is now closed. So our dear shoppers and consumers, shoppers of knowledge, I invite you to come back to our panel. The stalls are now closed. Thank you, shoppers. The marketplace is now closed. So I invite everyone to please come back to the plenary. All right. The marketplace is closed. Our dear owners and vendors and shoppers,
Volunteers.
all right, everyone, the mall is closed. The security guards will get you out of the mall, of the marketplace, because it's already closed. So once again, everyone, I invite everyone to return to our plenary. And now I would like to call on Jane to conclude this marketplace. Did you enjoy shopping for knowledge in the from the different vendors? And before we proceed, earlier there was a QR code. If you want to sign up in any of the working groups, please do take note of that QR code. All right, scan that QR code. All right, so Jane?
Thanks. Thanks, Gayo, and thanks, Susan. So everyone, were you happy with what you saw, dear shoppers and consumers? Right. So we're going to give you a few tests. All right. So our job now is to, after you have visited a lot of your vendors, I will need brave souls to share what you have learned from your vendors. So we'll do this alphabetically. Anyone who would like to share about what they have learned from the air quality working group? Silence. All right. Here's what we'll do. Let me hear you out. If you feel that you were convinced, please shout, hooray. One, hooray. All right. So, did you hear from air quality? Improve air quality in Asia and the Pacific because clean air has health implications. Who again? All right. Who shouted the loudest? That person must have something to share. Another way, again, hooray. Did I hear a loud voice from yeah, from all right, thanks, Susan.
And I think what was interesting was the discussion about how do we involve civil society in the air quality improvement program. And I don't know if you're reaching out already to Heidi or how that works. Maybe it warrants some more discussions on. And I think the other interesting point was also on more mainstreaming it in projects through poverty and social analysis. As you know, there are some discussions to bring PSA back to CCSD. So maybe something to think about for this working group. So this was purely as a participant.
Thanks, Susan. Right, next, biodiversity. Did you hear focus on scaling nature positive solutions and integrate nature into sector operations? Hooray! Oh, I see a hand up, but I think you are the project lead.
How come the vendors are the ones still,
Yeah.
selling their ideas?
May we hear from the shoppers? Hooray! Oh, you must be hungry, but yes, thank you.
Our vendor said that there is a question that was given to them.
Thank you.
So the question from one of the participants, what is being done to capacitate DMCs to convince them to invest in nature? So, Duncan?
Oh, you didn't say I had to answer it. Damn. Well, I think we're all doing, knowledge creation and things like that. I think this is really, really hard. I mean, we just came back from Yerevan, and I said we met the Minister of Finance, and even though you know, they are hosting the CBD COP next year, he still said, with the jewel of Armenia, Lake Sevan, he still said, what is the economic rate of return for doing this wastewater treatment here? So we really need to change the narrative and build the capacity there. And I think that we need to, our economists, friends in ERDI have released this report. Well, they will release this report, which apparently is really focused towards ministers of finance this autumn. And I think that's where we need to really try and make the change, is at that level, because then it can kind of step down from there. And that report is very much focused towards the necessity and the benefit of investing in nature. So I think if we can crack that, then everything will fall from there. But we need to get the economists on board. That's where we need to go, I think. Thanks.
Hooray. Thank you. Thank you. I can fully sympathize with the. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, because I was the one who asked the question. Yeah, no, but really, I mean, because I listened to the group, you know, you're doing amazing stuff. And we all know this is what we need to do. And we have the access to the technical experts to help us do it. But, you know, until the DMCs are convinced that it makes sense for them to do it. So, yeah, so I think that's a big challenge for us. I guess for the other working groups like nature-based solutions, circular economy. This is something that we really need to convince them to do. Thank you.
Fully agree on the environment economy trade-off. That's really a challenge. Next, circular economy. You heard this morning about sustainability, that waste is designed out of systems and materials, and that natural systems are regenerated. Hooray! Oh, it's loudest on this side. Anyone would like to share their learnings from this vendor? Silence. Can we
Anyone?
take a question from the
Or are there any
vendor?
questions that were given to the vendors of the
vendors?
circular economy? Are you sure you did some shopping of knowledge, or you just heard?
Lady in? All
Was there a
right, we have a hand there. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So I'm from the Solomon Islands, Pacific Country Office. One of the things we kept being asked, especially by the recyclists list, they said they don't have enough support from the government in terms of financing tax exemptions, especially now that we're picking up tins. So there is this recycle picking up tins. Many of those who are unemployed, they collect tins. So it's something. There's also collecting of plastic, but that has stopped. So just a lot of stuff that is available, but entrepreneurs, they would like to participate and all that, but they don't have enough support. And they always ask me and say, is there any support from ADB in terms of convincing or, you know, talk to the government Ministry of Finance to exempt and provide financial support for these, yes, for these rubbish collectors or yes, that kind. Yes.
Thank you for sharing that call for support. Any other comments? Brave souls there? All right. We'll go next to forests. Scale nature-based tourism, commitment to biodiversity, scaling research and forest. Yes, please.
And my question for Forest Group is, can we have really depend on forest for livelihoods and also the income generation? Because, you know, now we get less value from bamboo plantation, less value from timber because this is substitution. And so we need to be aware of the environment Kuznick curve. And so different stakeholders, some depends on firewood, still struggling with firewood, some already, and so small enterprise depend timber, but some urban elite want to enjoy the forest recreation and for birds, for instance. So that's, so it's a right tree for right price, right value for right time is very important. And in Asia, we need to differentiate humid tropic and the dry land. Dry land might be need more trees, more degradation for environment protection, etc. So it's the trade-off is very important for different stakeholders.
Indeed, that is really a common challenge faced, as mentioned earlier. Oh, I forgot to ask, hooray for forests. All right. Nature climate finance. Did you hear about power resilience, climate bonds, and they would be coming out with climate resilience funding? Any reaction from our shoppers? Knowledge that you gain from the nature climate finance? Hooray! Oh, there's one. Esmira. Are any questions from your station, Esmira, that you'd like to expound on? Any?
Yes, please. So there was a number of questions, but half of it is about measuring results, and another half of that is on private sector. How do we engage private sector in terms of investing in nature and climate and in the context of adaptation? Because it's very, very little. So that's where a lot of the innovative instruments are coming in to actually help de-risk private sector. It invests more on nature and climate, but at the same time, it also about enabling policies, creating enabling policies that actually incentivize private sector to come in and invest in nature and climate. So that was one of the core discussions. And of course, someone from the evaluation department also talked about when is nature and climate not in sync? It was a difficult question, but 99% of the time, they're always complementary, as we said. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And last, nature-based solutions, achieving greater resilience, healthy ecosystems, and improved well-being. Hooray! All right. Any thoughts? Thoughts to share from our shoppers? Yes, please.
As a group, we agreed that probably one of the challenges for nature-based solutions was there still isn't enough really granular evidence about the long-term effects and the nuances between the different types of nature-based solutions, that we need to get to quite a lot of detail that's not necessarily there. And if it is somewhere, it might be in the Caribbean rather than in Asia for, say, coastal protection, or rivers might be in Europe, but we need a lot more detail. It's not just to say, well, plants and mangroves, what density, what species, what timing. So that was, I think, something about really therefore needing more involvement of the evaluation. Probably quite a significant budget. The evaluation team should be set aside for this piece of work. And I don't know what his name was, but the chap who was working with Pakistan said that they ask at the government level for quite a lot of data, again, around the costs, because they initially find it very attractive because it does look cheaper, but then they want more information as well. And being able to have that information about costs and benefits at your fingertips when you talk to national governments.
Thank you. I'm mindful of time. So as a recap, we heard this morning a lot of reference to that challenge in balancing the trade-off between the economy and the environment, the multiple facets of the environment. We heard about incentives, metrics, the risks that are involved. And so we hope that this marketplace gave you a preview of what ADB's working groups on environment are doing for us to have, as Isao mentioned, a better place, a better world. And I would like to continue to invite you in the next 1.5 days when there will be a deeper dive into these working groups in the next few days. So thank you very much, everyone, shoppers and vendors. Happy shopping. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. So that concludes this morning's session. So we will now break for lunch and we will reconvene back here at 1:30 p.m. Kindly requesting our participants to be back here on time. So the first technical session will be on nature-based solutions for resilient landscapes, to be hosted by the NBS Working Group. Also a reminder, please do not leave any of your belongings in the room because they will be rearranging the seats. And last but not least, requesting the working group focals and their resource persons to join the lunch. So please follow Isao and Olga. They will take you to the lunch venue. So they're over here. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again this afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Why don't we get started? Welcome to the Nature-Based Solutions technical session. My name is Isao Endo. I'm very delighted to serve as an MC of this session. This session will focus on nature-based solutions for resilient landscape. This 90-minute session consists of 3 things. One is the keynote speech. We have a guest speaker. Then we do have a small case study exercise. Lastly, we have an open discussion. I hope you find this session really insightful and useful. To begin, it is my pleasure to invite our friend from our developing partner, Mr. Eric Spiro Larea, to deliver the keynote speech. Eric is Senior Manager for the Nature Conservancy's Nature for Water facility, where he leads projects supporting nature-based solutions for water security worldwide. He specializes in economic analysis, sustainable finance, and governance. He has already directly supported 15 NBS programs. Eric has previously worked with organizations like the African Development Bank and also the World Bank. And he recently returned to the UK after living in New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please welcome Eric.
Thank you, Isao, for that lovely introduction. I think we're waiting to switch the slides over. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around after lunch. I know it's an energy dip in the day, so we'll try and bring some of that excitement we saw in the final part of this morning back today. It's been a pleasure to be here so far, and I'm looking forward to some great sessions later today and also tomorrow. So as Isao said, my name's Eric. I'm originally Spanish. The last part of my surname, Larrea, actually means pasture in Basque, which is ironic for someone who works for a conservation NGO. And I grew up in the UK, which I just moved back to after a couple of years in New Zealand. As Isao touched on there, the plan is for me to present to you a bit about TNC's experiences and practices over the past 70 or so years. Then we'll have a case study. Some of you may have noticed already some pieces of paper on the tables. The paper is double-sided. That's an important thing. If you haven't flipped it over yet, Don't forget to do that later. It will all become clear throughout the session what that is for. Okay, so we'll go ahead with the presentation. So TNC was founded in 1951 to primarily protect natural areas in the US. Since then, we've grown to be present in about 70 countries, and we have more than 6,000 staff. Unique among NGOs, we have these really major global goals, and all of our projects within TNC quantify their impact towards these objectives. So we heard earlier from Duncan about the importance of quantifying and tracking our impact across the portfolio. That kind of work is something we're very familiar with within TNC, with all of the challenges and opportunities it brings. Those are three of our main goals for 2030. We want to improve the climate adaptation of about 100 million people, conserve or improve 1 million kilometers of rivers and 4 billion hectares of land. So 1 million kilometers is about 3 times the distance to the moon. So that's a pretty long amount of rivers that we're hoping to protect. As a question to start us off, can anybody guess why our logo is an oak leaf? We can't. Okay, so apparently the oak tree is the tree that supports the largest number of other organisms. So this is to represent TNC's kind of system-wide landscape level approach. Other NGOs have different strategies. We have some colleagues here in the room whose NGO features one very charismatic animal. You can imagine who I'm talking about here. Perfectly valid, but a different way of, I think, approaching the challenge here. Okay, so nature-based solutions. This is a term you've heard several times this morning, and I think we'll probably hear it some more times today, or NBS for short. I'll commit the cardinal sin just once in this presentation by reading out exactly what we have on the slide there. So nature-based solutions are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively, simultaneously providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. That's one of the many definitions of NBS that you'll see. They're all kind of different, but the main idea to get across is we're using nature to provide benefits both to humanity and to biodiversity and the environment. A related term you might hear is ecosystem services. These are basically the things which the environment does for us, directly and indirectly. And this is where the nexus between nature, climate adaptation and mitigation, and disaster risk reduction really come in. So the various things we've been hearing about so far, and we'll hear throughout the rest of the sessions of this week, kind of tie nature to those other benefits and provide many other things too. Water security is where my team within TNC particularly focuses on, but of course there are many kind of interlocked benefits and challenges across all of these different aspects. So to give you a sense of what ecosystem services are, there are many different kind of taxonomies and categorizations of these, but just to give you an idea of the kind of expanse of different things nature can do for us if we care for it effectively. The first is provisioning, so things that it provides us directly. So that's kind of stuff that we take from the environment. So that might be water. If we're using it for irrigation, we're using it to generate power, we're drinking it directly. I see someone taking a sip of water right now. That's an ecosystem service. We have regulating, particularly when we're talking about disaster risk. So that's maintaining water quality. The water quality which arrives to our dams and to our water treatment plants is directly influenced by the nature it flows through. Things like flood control, fire control, erosion reduction, these are all things that nature can do for us as a regulating service. There are, of course, cultural and social benefits which do not involve extracting or taking anything from nature. There's kind of the inherent joy of having nature there. Sometimes that leads to economic activities. We heard about tourism earlier today, but there's also just the pure existence value, just the satisfaction of nature existing. And then finally, you have what we call supporting ecosystem services. These basically allow nature to continue providing the first three. So particularly in the framework of climate change, you might hear things like tipping points, phrases like tipping points. That's where these supporting services stop working. And actually we lose the other ecosystem services. That's things like nutrient cycling, food web relationships. and general resistance to climate change as well. Many of the things on this slide you can quantify, and in fact, many of them you can monetize. I think for the first time ever this morning, I heard someone say a positive thing about economists in a room, which was very exciting for me. And this is something that's useful to involve economists to try and bring in. But those services, unfortunately, are under threat. So here we have a kind of pictogram of a landscape where there are various challenges going on which are affecting those ecosystem services. So we have some obsolete barriers upstream. We have deforestation, which is contributing to erosion on the hillsides. We have unchecked urbanization, maybe contributing to urban flooding, and a few other challenges. And on the right-hand side, this is kind of where we want to get to with TNC by working with ADB and other organizations, promoting better grazing and agricultural practices, restoring wetlands, supporting the development of renewable power, all these various things that we can do to shift from the image on the left-hand side to the image on the right-hand side. And furthermore, we know that that shift from the left to the right can be hugely positive from a return on investment perspective. So this is data from a TNC study a while ago that found that about 2,000 cities could enjoy a positive return on investment purely in terms of water treatment costs from investing in those source water areas. So that's the places the water comes from, those forests, farms, and wetlands the water flows through before it gets to our cities. Investing in protecting and restoring those areas can save us more money than it costs us in about 2,000 cities. And primarily that is true in Asia. You can see each of those dark grey dots on the map there. Lots of mega cities, hugely growing places where this kind of nature-based approach can have a really significant impact. And that's purely focusing on just one of those ecosystem services we spoke about before, which is that of water quality. Just focusing on that one ecosystem service, it can be beneficial from a cost perspective. And this is something that your counterparts in government, I'm sure, will be very excited to hear. So here's one pointed example of that, which is New York City. Some of you in the room may have been to New York, not far from TNC's headquarters. So city of 8 or 9 million people. There are these water quality regulations in the US that basically say for water to be provided to households, it has to meet a certain standard. Unfortunately, because of degradation and poor activities that went on in 2 areas upstream of New York, that's the Catskills, which is the red area you can see in the map on the right-hand side of the page, and the Croton, which is also on the right-hand side, kind of in green. The water which was coming from these areas to the city was of increasingly poor quality because of things that were going on in those places. And the city was potentially having to develop a new water treatment plant. Instead, they decided, actually, no, let's do a big nature-based solutions package focused on those 2 areas, primarily concentrating on 2 things. The first is working with the agricultural sector to improve the quality of the water as it runs over those areas. Things like nutrient control, manure management, kind of fencing livestock away from getting in the rivers. Livestock love running around in the river and doing their business in there. And then the water flows through that and kind of carries all those particles to our drinking supply. Also working on ecosystem protection. So that's working with government parks and other areas and actually acquiring some land in key source areas to make sure it could be effectively managed in the future. What was a result of this? Apparently, according to my colleagues in the US, New York has some of the best water in the world. That's why the pizza tastes so nice. But also a saving of $300 million a year from not having to do that new treatment plant. So we're talking about 150 million a year for 10 years to save 300 million a year in perpetuity from having done this nature-based approach. And there are many other examples. So here's 3 from the English-speaking world from the last couple of years that my team has worked on. The first is Norfolk, which is in the east of the UK, where we identified a 6.7 to 1 benefit cost ratio, primarily through unlocked housing and local mitigation markets. In Cape Town, removing invasive plants costs about 1/10 per cubic meter of water compared to alternatives like desalination and increased groundwater abstraction. And in Washington state in the US, huge reductions in potential flood damages as well. So there are many such examples of this positive ROI that's really important to do nature-based solutions at scale. And the key aspect here, I think, is that nature-based solutions work in harmony with each other. but they also support the grey infrastructure in the landscape. So our water treatment plants and dams become much more effective if we're doing these NBS upstream. So here's an example of 3 ecosystem-only nature-based solutions. So we have protecting natural areas, restoring natural areas. In this case, we have wetlands as an example, and then removing invasive plants. What's interesting, I think, about these 3 nature-based solutions is that one of them is about protecting existing vegetation, one of them is about adding vegetation, and one of them is about removing vegetation from the landscape. So that gives you a sense of, depending on the context you're speaking about and the challenges that are being faced, there are many different types of things you can do with nature. Here are some kind of mixed human and natural NBS. So we have better agricultural practices, riparian buffer zones. So those are the kind of strips on either side of a river. And then we have sustainable urban drainage. And all of these are different options to use nature to deliver benefits for people and for the environment. And they're happening either directly within or alongside kind of human landscape impacts. So just because there are humans somewhere doesn't mean that you can't do NBS there. And here's some grey infrastructure, which might be present in the same kind of landscapes we have those nature-based solutions in. And those nature-based solutions directly support that infrastructure and make it be more effective. So for example, water treatment plants, I mentioned earlier the example of New York. So New York managed to not have to build a new water treatment plant because of those NBS. And actually the water quality arriving at their existing treatment plants was improved, which led to cost savings in those sites. In terms of flood defenses, we know that things like restoring wetlands, protecting buffer zones can reduce peak flows and increase lag time. So actually your flood defenses perhaps don't have to be so expensive, or maybe they can be attenuated better. Dams and reservoirs, we can both store water in the landscape, for example, with wetlands, which act like sponges. We have some really successful examples in Latin America of paramos, which are high altitude wetlands, which kind of store water in the rainy season and then release it over the dry season. But also by reducing erosion, we can significantly improve the lifespan of our dams by reducing the siltation and also save a lot of money in dredging costs. So here are just a handful of examples of how nature-based solutions can support the effectiveness of that grey infrastructure. Okay, we have a handful of quick slides now to run through just some examples of what nature-based solutions can do for us along those ecosystem services. Some of the things here might be useful for the case study later. It's a bit of a clue. So here we're talking about water regulation. So by planting nature, we can regulate peak flows, we can improve base flow, we can improve groundwater recharge, which is particularly important in some parts of the world. We can also purify that surface water quality, which is where that New York example came in. There are a bunch of impacts you can derive from those kind of ecosystem services, reducing flood risk, reduced operational risk in plants, things like reduced downtime, increasing water availability in the dry season particularly, and of course water quality for those treatment systems. And there are a bunch of benefits that you can potentially quantify, assign a financial value to, and then identify funding streams based on. So reduce damage to assets. I think insurance was mentioned this morning as well. That's one potential piece. Avoided losses in production. That's both agricultural production, but also water production, which is a focus for my team. Reduced operational costs of that infrastructure, increased productivity or production in some areas. And then there's a whole host of benefits you can have from improved water quality, human health, water treatment, production costs, and things like that. I think for the sake of time, I'll skip over the erosion and sediment one, but we will be sharing those slides after the presentation so you can have a look through. I will speak a bit about climate, which I know is a key focus for some of us here in the room. So again, nature-based solutions can sequester emissions and also increase resilience, leading to, again, a bunch of benefits. So we can increase storage in the vegetation and in the soil, so both above ground and also soil carbon. We can reduce local temperatures, particularly important for things like tree planting in urban areas and also green spaces. And also air quality was mentioned earlier a handful of times. With a great presentation. That's another benefit we can derive with nature. And again, delivering a whole host of benefits to different stakeholders in the landscape, which will motivate them to participate and potentially fund the kind of activities we're talking about. So things like carbon credits or offset schemes, that money does go somewhere, not necessarily to ADB, but it's an important motivator. Reduced energy demand for cooling, heat costs and health and other things. There's something about nature-based solutions is sometimes when we think about nature-based solutions, it's a hectare here, a hectare there, 1 or 2 wetlands. But actually to deliver the kind of impacts and at-scale projects which are necessary for funders to attract large-scale funding, we need to do a large footprint of NBS. Now, if you think about a dam or a road, if you zoom out on Google Maps, actually it's very hard to see those. Their footprint physically is quite small. Nature-based solutions are the opposite. Each hectare of trees costs a lot less than a hectare of a dam, but actually you need many hectares of trees to deliver the kind of impact that will have a meaningful impact on those grey assets. Furthermore, there are lots of multiplier effects in doing many NBS in the same place. So imagine an agricultural landscape where you're both working with farmers to reduce the amount of sediment and runoff coming off there and nutrients running off their farms. And you're also restoring the forested areas along the edges of the river. The water quality within the river will be better than if you'd done either of those things independently, because the water which runs off of the farms will then flow through those vegetated areas, which will further slow and filter that water. And finally, there's real economies of scale with actually planning and doing nature-based solutions at scale. So building effective management and maintenance and quantification, which is another thing which came up this morning, trying to quantify those benefits. Doing that properly is only worth it if you're doing a lot of nature-based solutions. And it's much more cost effective to actually build these systems and plans and governance structures around nature-based solutions if you're doing a lot of them. So some key considerations for how to do things effectively at scale based on a TNC's experience, and then I think after this we'll go into the case study. So the first is around stakeholders and really building trust. Inevitably, this depends a lot on the context. The kind of things that those stakeholders need to see will of course vary, but making sure that there's a kind of common vision and everyone is pulling in the right direction is really important. TNC invests a lot of time in science and economics to actually quantify and better plan for what kind of NBS should we do where, how do we prioritize, and actually involve key stakeholders and constituents in that process to really generate trust. So we talk a lot about generating pipeline opportunities within ADB. It's important to bring government alongside when we're talking about NBS. The final bullet there, we have 2 expressions we have in the UK which mean opposite things. So many hands make light work means involve as many people as you can, and too many cooks spoil the broth means involve as few people as possible because more people makes things worse and take longer. In fact, really need a balance between the two. So in some watersheds and some air landscapes, maybe 2, 3 or 4 organizations working together can have a real impact, but in others you might need 5, 6, 7 or more to make sure that your projects are being designed, implemented and maintained effectively. Governance is something many of you will be familiar with from your other work. Again, this is inherently very localized and depending on those organizations you're working with, but really ensuring there's transparency and clarity and also scalability really matters. So if we're beginning with some pilot sites, we're envisioning a kind of 5 or 10-year big investment push and then a long-term maintenance period, the governance systems that we involve and set up and push need to be able to operate at those different scales. Also, it's important to think through the entire delivery engine. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. There's another expression we have from the UK. You know, if we're thinking about tree planting, somebody needs to go and decide which trees to plant and where, and someone else needs to go and plant those trees. And it can be easy sometimes when we're sitting in front of computers thinking about models. Actually, my return on investment is positive, but there does need to be kind of thinking about the entire package of these activities all the way through to the maintenance as well. Next, we have operations, kind of related to governance, but more kind of internally thinking. What's really effective is to use existing kind of operational finance and governance processes to build the operational structure around. So if you know that your 3 or 4 main organizations involved in doing this nature-based solutions package have certain reporting requirements, have certain timings for their key decision-maker meetings, etc. Building that into the NBS program itself is really key. Similarly here, thinking about the entire nature-based solution supply chain. So returning to that tree planting example, where are those tree saplings going to come from, right? If we're thinking, I want to do 10,000 hectares of tree planting, but there's nowhere to buy tree saplings from, that program won't be successful. So we need to make sure we're thinking both within the program, but also what our supply chain is going to be. Just like if you're building a dam or a bridge, you need to think about the supply chain. It's the same thing with NBS. And this is particularly challenging in some contexts, and it's something with TNC really focus on supporting. And finally, on finance, you all know this better than me, but it's critical really to build those compelling at-scale project offers. So enough nature-based solutions that we're delivering enough benefits that actually motivate people with real financial firepower to come on board. And a kind of blend of financing. We heard this earlier also about blended finance. What can be particularly true of NBS, just like some of your grey infrastructure investments, is you might have a kind of initial build phase, then a real heavy investment phase in actually doing your NBS, and then a kind of long tail of operations and maintenance. And different types of funding package can come in at different parts of that journey in order to make sure this happens. And all of the funding doesn't necessarily need to flow through the same pipe or even through the same stakeholders, and the flexibility there can really matter. The penultimate bullet there, we have engage the beneficiaries. So we spoke before about all those different ecosystem services, right? We have been told time is up, so I'll speed up. We have improved water quality, we have carbon sequestration, we have better agricultural productivity, and these all might be happening in the same landscape. And actually thinking through who those benefits are accruing to and in what magnitude, that can help us think through kind of long-term financial sustainability as well. And finally, maybe here, you wouldn't build a dam or a road, right, without budgeting for design and budgeting for maintenance. And it's the same with nature-based solutions. Planting the tree is step 2 of many steps. You need to decide which tree and where, and then you need to go back and check the tree hasn't died in the recent flooding, for example. That's also really important when we're thinking about these nature-based solutions. Okay, I will now briefly run us through the instructions of the case study. Like I mentioned before, you should on each table have a kind of poster, kind of A3 piece of paper. If your table doesn't have one, then please migrate to a table that does have one. Your case study presents the following situation. So we'll have about 20 minutes to work in our groups, and then we will present back and have a discussion about the case. But I'll just read us through the example here. And this example is something we've actually constructed based on a mix of different TNC case studies. We'll share information about them after the session, but I'll try and go through some of them before we wrap up. But hopefully many of you in the room will actually land on things that TNC is actually doing in the landscape, and we can therefore pull some specific examples from that. So the situation is as follows. You have been approached by some city officials who are facing major challenges. Surface flow shortages in the dry season, groundwater shortages, urban flooding after heavy rainfall events, sedimentation of an old dam, and then water quality. And you can see there a lovely diagram on the right-hand side with in red those different challenges and roughly where they're appearing in the landscape. Thankfully, some local natural resource scientists from an unknown NGO have identified the following drivers of those challenges, which are these blue speech bubbles you have. So we have some water-hungry invasive plants in your wetlands. So your wetlands have now been replaced by kind of forests of eucalyptus trees, let's say. You have agriculture and tree clearing on hillsides, which is generating lots of erosion. You have widespread animal husbandry without management controls. So you have animal manure kind of uncontrolled over the landscape, and your cattle are running around within the streams. You have bad urban stormwater infrastructure as well. And finally, because of climate change, reduced rain and snowpack, so less water actually coming in to the top of the landscape from the water cycle. So on the other side of your A4 or A3 page, you have the following task. I think the task is on this side. So the city officials have requested financing to raise the dam that we saw on the other side. They've raised the dam height to increase dam capacity, and they're hoping that will address the challenges that have been identified in red on the previous page. However, you have found the resource from TNC, which identifies a series of NBS investments, and you see that table on the bottom side of the page there. Your task is to work together in your groups to answer the following questions. The first is, what further studies would you want to do? The next is, how will you work with city officials and co-funders to motivate their support and ensure that NBS investments also benefit grey infrastructure? And finally, how will you prioritize among the potential investments on the right-hand side? So briefly to run through the table, each of the rows is a different potential NBS. In the columns, we have different benefits. So we've got dry season flows, groundwater recharge, flood risk, and then water quality, which is split into erosion and sediment, and then nutrients and pollutants. So that's things like pesticides and pathogens. The darker colors mean higher benefit. So dark blue is the highest benefit. And then the ticks mean depth of evidence. So where you see 2 ticks, you can think about that as highly confident. And then the single tick is kind of medium confidence or situational, depending on the context. So if anyone has any questions, please stick your hand up and we'll start kind of the 20-25 minutes now. And Isal, Victor and I will be kind of hovering around the room, so we'll come to the different tables to offer some support as well. But thank you. You can clap now.
But it's not correct. Yeah. So, yes.
Hey, everyone. So thank you very much for the discussion. Some really rich conversations have been going on and lots of people sharing examples from their own countries and the countries they're based in, some MBS that they have experience with, and maybe they identify actually with some of the challenges we have identified here within the case study. So the plan now is to open it up for group discussion. So if anybody has a key reflection or a key thing that they've been discussing they'd like to share with the group, or perhaps if there were any ongoing discussions which I've rudely interrupted because of time, then please, you can also open that up to see if maybe people from the other tables have some feedback. So I think we have Victor and Isao floating with microphones. So if anybody would like to kind of bring one of their discussion points to the group or give a reflection, then please raise your hand and we will come and find you. We have some hot potato going on in the front there. Okay, we have over on the left-hand side.
1, 2. All right. Hello.
Cheer.
Hooray. Hooray.
Our cheer now here is hurry. Time. So yeah. So everybody, 1, 2, 3, say hurry.
Okay, let's start then. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Borge. This is Michelle and Thesis, and we're from the Forest Stewardship Council, Asia Pacific. So our approach for this case study would heavily be around forestry, and as a forestry organization, what would be the approach and focus in terms of restoration and management of the forest area as a foundation of water security. Right. So before implementing the interventions, we're seeing the need to conduct forest and watershed assessment as well, to add on top of what has already been presented. To map the degradation, understand forest water linkages, and identify recharge and erosion prone zones. So there's also we see a requirement to do the hydrological and aquifer analysis to see how forest restoration can improve dry season flows, and a community assessment to align forest management and local livelihoods. So we want to fully integrate as well, aside from focusing on just forestry, a little bit on the social and as it will be heavily on environment, but also social and economic perspective. And to motivate the city officials and funders with position forests as natural infrastructure that supports the gray infrastructure systems already identified that reduce sedimentation, regulating flows, and improving water quality while offering co-benefits like carbon sequestration and biodiversity. And finally, would prioritize riparian and forest restoration, revegetation with native trees, and forestry best management practices using FSC forest management standards. Yay. Complemented by agroforestry and wetland restoration on the downstream. And yes, so we think that these actions would look at the entire watershed systems that ensures the people and nature components on forest-based solutions. Thank you. That's a minute.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I particularly liked at the beginning you mentioned doing a degradation hotspot mapping, right? So zooming out to the whole watershed and then identifying the key areas where those challenges are kind of most generated from. Okay, any other thoughts people want to raise something. No questions? Yes, Isao? Here. Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe I can add a little bit more. For example, for the further investigation, what we need to know more regarding about the underground water, what's the reason for this groundwater shortage, to identify the reason, what is the over extraction, right, for the underground water, or we need a water supply to the citizen, to the city. Then we need to identify, to do the systematic study for the entire ecosystem. So this, for me, I guess it's a good case because we need to, prioritize our investment. The most important thing is to identify, to do the systematic study, system study. Because for me, in many cases, we resolved one issue. We can, then whole system can be improved. We don't need to invest every to tackle every issue, in the same time. For example, we have the rainwater, stormwater management well, then we can improve that groundwater shortage. Then we can also improve the entire environment. Then at the end of the day, the rainfall will increase. That will, entirely change our ecosystem. That will resolve, this water shortage things. So in terms of investment, first of all, in my opinion, because this is kind of a combination of our kind of the issue we have. So in many projects, we build like wetland, or we call it wetland restoration, right? There is a wetland currently. We have, wetland restoration. That's one important investment we can do. The second thing is about, stormwater management to make sure, the wastewater well treated will not go to the, wetland, or will be the stormwater will be, can be reused. Then we can improve the, the entire water system. Then in terms of the dam, sedimentation things, the first, option would be the cleaning the sedimentation rather than raise height of the dam, because that will have a big, if we increase the height of a dam, will have a big impact on environment. So, maybe, clean the sedimentation is a better option. Then, we also have afforestation, other options contributed by our colleagues. So this, then we have some discussion among our team members. Maybe she can add some more.
I'm clearly more in league with the tree lovers table over there, because I wanted to sort of prioritize some of the things that would get the local buy-in. Answering your question on how do you get the community buy-in? So I was quite keen also to persuade the government through making the wetlands a tourist area. I've also got tourists in your trees. And then I think the question which we're still struggling with is how much of the water shortage comes from excessive extraction by the city versus upstream water hungry and plants and the landslide. So we sort of need to really get to the bottom of that to prioritize. For the animal husbandry, while we can put in regulations around fencing, I think we'll get quite a lot of pushback from the farmers. So I did sort of suggest maybe something around co-financing some of that, so they don't have to pay all their fencing costs themselves. And I think the other thing we looked at was the question of how expensive would it be to really separate out the stormwater and the wastewater, which is your ideal. But if you've already got a big city built, the upheaval of digging up the roads and delaying everybody and the sheer cost of that could be quite substantial, as opposed to obviously for future builds. And then I had a little bit of a discussion or point I made on SUDs, with a little personal anecdote here. Obviously, I have a house in London, and London has done a SUDS analysis of the entire city and has put in a regulation, which sounds great in practice. Everybody who puts any new paving in it has to be fully permeable. Any hard standing has to be permeable, which is great, but they're also requiring a SUDS analysis before you do any building. It's extremely expensive to do. So just to do a kind of 10 square meter piece of paving costs you a £2,200 analysis. So I think it's really important if you put in regulations to make sure that they're proportionate, whether it's the fencing for the cattle or the SUD stuff. You know, it's very easy when you're sitting in ADB to think you've done something wonderful, but you know, if that all flows into more expensive costs for housing, that's not necessarily helpful. We also talked about water meters for the water extraction, which wasn't on your list, but felt like something that maybe ought to be.
Great, thank you. Some great ideas from the group there. On water meters, another anecdote. In California, they did a study where they gave households these kind of glowing orbs. Then they paired households up, and your orb would glow red if you were using more power than your paired household, and green if you were using less. And this kind of competitive effect, kind of a game, hugely reduced energy use, because people kind of were like, oh, my thing's red, I'm going to turn off the TV, I'm going to turn off the fridge, there's nothing in there. So that kind of putting the numbers in front of people and kind of gamifying it a bit can really have a great effect. Okay, I think we had a hand up from the table here as well.
Thanks. I'm Sugar Gonzalez. I'm from the climate change team, and I'm being joined by experts here from resident missions, from the environment, and IED. So for us, we see that what is really important is for the city officials and all key stakeholders to understand the risks that they are being exposed to. So we thought that it would help them understand this if we will do a systems level climate and disaster risk assessment, identify what are the hazards, what are the key vulnerabilities, and how they are exposed to this. So that determines the risk that they are facing. And in that, it will also help us identify specific measures that would help address these challenges. And for example, it could be addressing the degraded wetlands. So because we are looking at the river basins, so we are looking at upstream, which is focused on watershed management, midstream wetlands, and downstream could be the city itself. So we will look at a sector aside from climate and disaster risk assessment. We will look at sector risk assessment. So it will be a multi-hazard assessment, and then that will help us identify which measures to address these challenges. And in that, an additional study on cost-benefit analysis will help us identify which among these measures are the most important one, noting that resources are limited and that some of the measures will need to be implemented first, and the others in terms of sequencing and urgency. Yeah, in terms of that basically answers how do we prioritize. So depending on the urgency and availability of resources. And we can also look at how the priorities of co-funders, the other funding, potential funding donors or sources. So what are their priorities in this area? And then if we can present this information to them, to the city officials, to the bilateral or multilateral financing sources, then we can have better buy-in from them, including from the community itself. I heard the other group mention about how engaging the community is really also important in this kind of interventions.
All good.
All good. Thank you very much. So for
Yeah,
those,
we say that it's important to get best practice from other context in the same country or or from other countries, yes, of the region. Thank you.
great, thank you. And that best practice from the conversations I was hearing walking around the room, it sounds like there's already some great practice and experience within the room today. So it's been really exciting to hear those discussions. A point you mentioned there, which I'd like to kind of underline, is identifying the hazards and the risks and the urgency of different aspects. And perhaps by just doing 1 or 2 nature-based solutions, we can deliver 2/3 or 3/4 of the impact. So prioritizing in that way, also something which was brought up by the previous table's point. I think finally we'll go to the table at the back. Thank you.
So we were discussing among our group, and we were of the view that the entire ecosystem needs to be looked at comprehensively, because any interventions at any point would have an implications on the other side. So I mean, the sediment flow, what we understand, is coming from the mountain regions, probably maybe due to various reasons, the deforestation or the glacier melting, which would also bring a lot of soil back into the water stream, and similarly the sediment gets settles at the dam which is constructed, and would hamper the ecosystem within, and also could lead to invasive species growing around, and subsequently the upstream not treated will have implications on the downstream, where the urbanization is appearing, like where the urban flooding would be quite a bit often. So like if we just look at the urban flooding alone, then we would not be able to solve this issue if we don't treat the upstream. Similarly, various other interventions we need to look at, such as good agriculture practices, and also the silt retention at the mountains through nature-based solutions, could be options that the study could be undertaken. And with the city officials, we need to understand and make sensitization that the entire ecosystem consists of various agencies, not just the city alone, because you have the mountains, you have the water, you have the fisheries, probably the community around could be dependent on the fisheries coming through the water stream, and would hamper the livelihood of the people in the ecosystem. So the interdepartmental or interministerial coordination is necessary to have a complete master plan or a comprehensive look at the program or solution. Yeah, these were some of our points. And maybe team members.
Thank you. And the solutions we were thinking of were, one is the construction of the check dams or the slow action dams. Secondly, maintenance of the rangelands and the managing the grazing practices, monitoring the grazing practices as well. And for the urban area, maybe rainwater harvesting can be a potential solution. These solutions will help one to improve the water level, underground water level. Second, if we can construct aquifers, then it will improve the water quality, and it will, with the increased water table in the rangelands or in the catchment area of the dams, it will help to grow more plants there, and that will definitely serve as a fodder for the livestock. And while choosing the solutions, we will look at like combination of the solutions. For example, having only one intervention or having the combination of the interventions to look at the confounding effects of those. And based on that, we can pick it. And secondly, we will look at which is more economically beneficial and which is low-hanging fruit, like quickly can achieve its results and can have the bigger impact. So we will use these criteria to prioritize the interventions. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much to the group at the back there. Some really exciting points raised, and I think in particular the touching on the fact that various different ministries might need to be involved. If we're zooming out just from the city, suddenly we're not only talking about the city officials. That's particularly important, the inter-ministry coordination that was mentioned as well. And the fact that some of these nature-based solutions operating together can have a better impact than if they're done separately. I think we just have 10 minutes left. We've done our group presentations. So I'll touch on just a handful of real-world examples from TNC. We won't be able to go through all of these today just for time, but we'll be sharing the materials, I think, after the session. So those of you who do want to dig in a bit further, you're more than welcome. And also I'll be here until kind of the end of the week. So if anyone wants to have a chat over a coffee or something, then please reach out. So in Norfolk, we're working on-farm practices for water quality. So this is our 6.7 to 1 return on investment case we mentioned before, where we're doing things like retention ponds and re-wiggling of rivers. So that's where a river has been straightened and we're kind of adding meanders back in to slow down the flow. In Cape Town, we're working on invasive tree removals. I'll touch on this one in a bit more detail. In Quito, which is the capital of Ecuador, they have these high altitude wetlands which capture rain and snowmelt from the mountains and store it like sponges and then let it go into the dry season. Those wetlands are under real threat from agriculture and from human expansion, so there's a big exercise to kind of restore those areas now. In California, we're working on recharge ponds where farmers are financially incentivized to basically build big ditches on their farms to store that flood rainwater, which then filters down through, addressing some main challenges they have. We'll touch on that one in a bit of detail. In Milwaukee, the city is investing tens of millions of dollars in tree planting and wetland restoration to improve flooding or to reduce flooding. In Kunshan in China, there's some exciting sponge city work being done, which some of you in the room are familiar with. I heard sponge cities mentioned. In Nairobi, or upstream of Nairobi, the Tana watershed, which provides something like 2/3 of Nairobi's water and the majority of Kenya's hydropower. We're working with over 200,000 farmers to improve their agricultural activities. And then finally, New Mexico, we're working on fire breaks and vegetation management in a fire-prone landscape. So I'll touch on a couple of those in a bit more detail based on the discussions that I heard in the groups. So first one here is Cape Town. Cape Town's a city of about 5 million people, kind of depending on where you draw the boundaries. Some of you may remember back in 2017-18, there was this Day Zero event where there was fear actually that Cape Town would run out of water. One of the main challenges they had there alongside increased demand was actually invasive eucalyptus and pine trees, which the government initially planted on purpose as building material, had spread all over the landscape. So after this Day Zero event, the city did some studies, TNC supported them, and they identified that actually removing these invasive plants would cost about 1/10 per cubic meter of water compared to things like desalination and increased groundwater abstraction. And furthermore, invasive plants were mentioned a couple of times in the groups. The thing with invasive plants is if you don't deal with them today, they get worse tomorrow. So actually part of that positive return on investment was even if we do the groundwater abstraction, even if we do the desalination, the situation will be worse if we don't remove these plants as they are today. A key part of the return on investment case was the interaction between those removal of invasive plants and the existing dams and pipes in the system. Actually, Cape Town's main water supply areas are kind of far away from the city, connected by water transfer schemes. So making sure that we're doing NBS in the most high priority areas is really, really important. And from TNC's perspective, these invasive plants had really destroyed the local ecology. So there was a real buy-in also from the TNC HQ down in South Africa. I think Quito is one. I touched on it a bit before as well, but this is one of our longest standing watershed management programs. It's been going for about 25 years. I think the 25th birthday was either this year or last year. Interesting here from a long-term finance perspective, through working with the water sector there, 2% of water sales revenue goes to fund NBS in these upstream areas. And you see a picture there of one of these high altitude wetlands. If any of you are familiar, it's kind of like a peat landscape, so kind of thick bog. And these areas, like I said, they store loads of water in the rainy season, and then they gradually release that over the dry season, improving base flows and improving supply to the city, and actually allowing the city to use its water storage infrastructure more confidently, because it knows we can release water today because we're going to get water next month from these wetlands upstream. I touched briefly on California. This was not such a nice day in California when this photo was taken, but what we're looking at there is a big ditch. It's kind of 2 acres in surface area, a big hole which was dug on a farm, which stores rain when it rains. And gradually that rain kind of percolates down into the aquifer. This is a coastal area just south of San Francisco, a couple of areas south of couple of hours drive south of San Francisco, where they have real water shortage challenges. They've been growing extremely water thirsty plants in California for decades, and their aquifers are really, really depleted. Particularly in coastal areas, this is leading to a lot of saltwater intrusion, where because the aquifer levels are low, seawater's coming in, and actually some of the aquifers are no longer usable in these areas. So this scheme we're working with in California is really exciting. It's kind of like if you have a solar panel on your house and you generate more power than you're using, your power meter might run backwards because you're contributing water to the grid. This is the same sort of idea, but with groundwater. So if you fill up one of these recharge ponds, the team can measure with some fancy widgets that you can see in the picture there, how much infiltration you're delivering. And then that infiltration volume is subtracted against your groundwater pumping fee. So here's an exciting kind of long-term financing mechanism similar to the one I touched on in Quito. And finally, I think worth touching on Tana, Nairobi, relevant to the case we were talking about in India. So this is a watershed of 300,000 farmers, so I was actually wrong, which provides 95% of Nairobi's water and 65% of Kenya's hydropower. This is a quite hilly landscape with a lot of tea and other plantation, along with kind of smallholder subsistence farming of different crops. Under a lot of challenges, lots of poor practices, tree planting, tree removals on steep hillsides, and lack of terracing and that kind of thing. So TNC has gone in and worked with lots of these farmers. We have big schemes going on in various different council areas there, WhatsApp distribution of different materials, and working with these farmers to really reduce sedimentation into those key dams and in the water treatment. And again, this has received a lot of funding from government as well as other agencies, and recently became a public trust kind of being spun out of TNC to enable more flexibility of kind of funding coming in. We have a couple of examples. So thank you very much for contributing to some great sessions today. May you hand it back to Isao to close us off and introduce the next section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to soon conclude this session, but I have a few points I would like to share based on this discussion. Thank you so much for your great discussion. I was really happy and inspired by your dedicated discussions. Especially, I hear a lot of common important keywords, which includes the landscape approach, system analysis, hybrid evidence-based solutions. These are exactly what we are trying to promote. We have been, from the environment team, in collaboration with the sectors group, we have been promoting the landscape approach, specifically the watershed. And then we provide our technical advisory services in terms of system analysis that consists of, based on the system analysis at the landscape level, we try to identify root causes, and based on that understanding, we try to come up with potential solutions in terms of not only gray, but also green solutions. And we call this approach as what we call natural river management. We have established that method at ADB, and we have applied this approach to actual investment projects. In fact, I'm glad that we have Chan attending this meeting, and also Helena. We have worked with them applying this approach to their projects in the Philippines and Indonesia. And we do have some case studies and good practices publications, so we would be happy to share those knowledge with you, which really echoes what you have actually shared with us, as well as what Eric has shared with us. So I would, given those rich resources, we would continue to share the knowledge and promote the landscape approach. So that's one. And then I'm going to, another second point is we do have a coffee break immediately after this, 30 minutes. And the next session is about the nature finance session, which starts at 3:30. So we have about 30 minutes for the coffee break. Apologies for not being able to accommodate Q&A session, but please use the coffee break for your discussions. And with that, I would like to thank Eric and Victor for their excellent leadership and facilitation. I really appreciate it. And thank you everyone for your great engagement. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, all to all our virtual participants. The room has filled up quite nicely again, so I think we can start this afternoon session, which is also the last session of the first ever Environment and Nature Learning Week. For those of you I don't know yet, my name is Andreas Termann. I work for the Green Finance Hub in the Southeast Asia Regional Department. We have Peter Rosenkrantz also online. He's from the finance department. And then we have Ismaira over there. Ismaira, can you wait for a moment? So the three of us, we are co-leading the Nature and Climate Finance Working Group. And so we organized this session for you this afternoon, and we are really thankful for all the active participation throughout the day, and also when we had the marketplace earlier before lunch for all the suggestions you had for the working group going forward in our work plan. Now, this session today in the afternoon, it focuses on environmental and nature finance. While past economic development mainly used nature and exploited nature, this model has clearly come to an end. And so future growth must be nature positive. But we in ADB struggle, and I think the whole world struggles, to also make money flow according with this insight. And as we navigate these complexities of financing a green future, we have to understand the mechanisms, challenges, and innovations in this field that's vital for us all and our clients. And we are very honored to have Aaron Vermeulen from WWF with us today. He's our keynote speaker for this session. Aaron brings a wealth of experience and a global perspective on how financial institutions and financial systems can drive positive environmental change. He's the global practice lead finance for WWF and has supported multiple financial instruments at WWF in his previous roles. His insights will help us connect the dots between finance and nature outcomes and will inspire us to think critically about our roles in this journey. When ADB launched the Nature Solutions Finance Hub, Warren Evans kept on reminding us that we should not think in categories of projects. He always said, considering the enormous challenges and the little time we have left, we need to think bigger. Aaron's presentation today will offer us an opportunity to reflect how much we already embrace this broader, wider, systematic view, and how with the instruments we already have today, we can make systemic change. After Aaron's presentations, you will have about 10 to 15 minutes for questions and to discuss with Aaron and come up with good solutions how to make finance green. And just that you know, Aaron also worked with ADB for almost 5 years. So from 2011 to 2015, he was the WWF key focal for ADB, and he was based here in Manila in our headquarters. So while we brought in him to bring an external perspective to this debate, he luckily also shares this insight and knows how all of you work. Following Aaron's presentation, we are excited to host a fireside chat featuring my co-working group lead Ismaira from CCRE. And this conversation will bring together different leaders from different sectors in ADB and different departments. And they all want to support this mission of greening finance. And Ismaira and her panel will show you that ADB is rising up to the occasion. So we encourage all of you, everyone, to engage actively, ask questions, share your perspective, and make the most of this opportunity to learn from Aaron and our internal leaders. Together, let's explore how we can contribute to a greener future through innovative financial interventions and collaborative action. Thank you for joining us all. Let's get started. Aaron, may I ask you to come up here to the stage, please?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and really happy to be back after 10 years leaving ADB and be among my friends. So today I'm going to talk about what is needed to address the financing gap for nature. But before I do that, and I hope the clicker works. Yes, it works. Fantastic. I also would like to talk about why we need to address the nature financing gap, right? Because if you look at the state of nature in Asia, and when you look at WWF's view on the state of nature, we always refer back to our Living Planet report, which we publish biannually. And the last one was published in 24 last year, which shows these Living Planet indices, which is a kind of an index on the variance and the abundance of biodiversity in the globe, but also regionally. And in this map, if you can read it, you see that in the past half century, biodiversity went down in Asia with 60%. And while that is better than in Latin America and Africa, which is respectively 95 and 76%, the bad news is that biodiversity is still going down. So what WWF, but also what was agreed at the Global Biodiversity Framework Kunming meeting is that we need to reverse the trend by 2030. So we really need to reverse that decline of nature in Asia and globally. So then a little bit about what is driving that decline in nature and what are the big drivers behind it. And that, of course, is how financial institutions and mainly private financial institutions are investing in sectors. So this is the map that UNEP developed, and it estimated that currently there's about 200 billion positive money going to nature, and the majority of that money is actually funded by governments. But on the other side, there's about 7 trillion money invested by private sector entities into activities that are actually contributing to the destruction and decline of nature. And Out of that, about 5 trillion is coming from the private sector. So this is a graph from our Global Living Planet report. So what are the underlying driver? Of course, that's global consumption. That's how financial decisions are being made, both at the public and private side. But that's also how individuals consume. And that then will also inform how these sectors, fisheries, agriculture, energy, mining are operating, how they are doing their business. And that in return leads to pressures such as deforestation, habitat loss, climate change, pollution, and invasive species. And that then leads to these declining figures on biodiversity. So if we want, so it's really important to understand how this value chain really works if we want to start thinking about addressing the financing gap for nature. And I think this graph was shown in the morning as well by my colleague from the Paulson Institute. And this is actually the hot of the press update of the nature financing gap. And you see that, well, the good news is that the investment in nature have gone up from 133 to 208 billion. But there's still the investment gap also went up from 711 to 942. And I think that's the challenge that we are talking about here today, right? So how can we as different actors fill that gap? And well, we as WWF also have seen that our philanthropic money, public sector money, tax money will by far not fill that financing gap. So we need to double down and engage the private sector to invest more sustainably in a nature positive fashion in order to fill that financing gap. So, okay, back to my younger days when I was, you remember, I was still looking much younger. But then we published this ecological footprint report together with the ADB, which actually showed decline of nature in Asia and also showed what solutions ADB and WWF have in mind when it comes to nature. And in these days, we were focusing on 4 big ecosystems, actually, which we call landscapes or naturescapes or seascapes, which was the Cold Triangle, the Greater Mekong subregion, the living Himalayas, so that's the Eastern Himalayas, and the heart of Borneo. And we really work together with the ADB how we can address that nature financing gap already. And by the way, this is a part of a 25-year partnership that's been going on since 2001, and we're celebrating our quarter of century anniversary next year during the ADB annual meeting. So already since 2001, we've been thinking about, okay, so what is the role of nature in the context of economic development, in the context of poverty alleviation, and how can we drive public and private sector to invest in nature and mainstream nature? So a snapshot of the work that we've been doing with the Asian Development Bank in these days. So this is the deforestation map in Borneo as of 1990 till today. And you see that deforestation is rapidly increasing due to economic activities, mainly palm oil mining and other agricultural activities. So what ADB together with WWF have been doing is, okay, make an analysis of how you can then transition these key sectors towards more nature inclusive operations and also see what type of financing could support these activities. So that's the flow chart that you see on this page. And we developed together with the ADB and partners a so-called green investment program. So potential pipeline of projects. We were also thinking about the conducive enabling environment and really developed a kind of an ecosystem of different financial instruments that need to happen. But unfortunately, we never saw that through because we were distracted, we lacked technical assistance, and we went on to the next project. And in the meantime, my colleagues in Malaysia and Indonesia have been working hard to deploy their small philanthropic money to do protected area work. So it's not that we've been sitting on our hands. But if you look at 1990 and today, or 3 years ago, you see that deforestation has gone down to 50%. So that's about 5% per decade, right? So I'm always telling my colleagues, we're winning battles and we're losing the war. So we're not winning the war on biodiversity and reversing the trend of negative biodiversity. So that's why top management in WF has embraced this roadmap 2030, which really wants to show the world what WF is doing to contribute to nature. Well, personally, I'm very happy, but I think it's also a very strategic decision that WF want to double down on finance. So finance will be at the core of what we're doing, and engaging public and private finance institutions will be at the core of what we're doing. And we have said that we will contribute to mobilizing, redirecting about $1 trillion to climate and nature action. So it's an ambitious target, and I will explain a little bit how we will do that. So we have two sub-strategies. One is financing green, and the other one is greening finance. So financing green is really what will we be doing with partners to mobilize more capital to the places that are nature abundant and are still worth protecting. But we will also green the financial sector. So we will work with very important disclosure frameworks, financial regulators, to make sure that the money to the destructive activities is being redirected. We have four underlying approaches. One is green finance for landscapes. The other one is green financial solutions, then greening financial systems, and greening financial institutions. So it's green, 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 but I'll explain to you what all these concepts mean. So let me start with sustainable finance for landscapes, which is really it's actually not our approach. Many NGOs have the so-called landscape approach, where we map the different stakeholders, businesses, governments, local communities. We map the pressures, and we map the activities that needs to be done at a landscape, seascape level. What is innovative in this sustainable finance for landscape approach is that we have an overlay of greening finance and financing green on top of that. So you see the sustainable finance for conservation playbook. We will launch it with partners at COP30, and we hope that we can build a community around this that will help us drive this approach. And I will explain a little bit what this approach entails. So back to Borneo. So Borneo, a free state island, 23 million people living in this island, key economic sectors present in this island. So I already mentioned palm oil, mining, hydropower, logging, but also for the countries of Indonesia and Malaysia, it's an economically very important island. So 8% of GDP in Indonesia is coming from this island, and about 16% of GDP is coming from this island in Malaysia. But if you remember the deforestation map that I showed, if deforestation and biodiversity decline is ongoing, ecosystem services will stop delivering services to these key economic sectors, and GDP might potentially be impacted. So in this landscape finance approach, what we do is we map the pressures on biodiversity, but also on people and businesses. So you see a list of potential, or actually already existing, pressures that are happening in Borneo, but also which will amplify and increase in size over the coming years. And so to name a few, deforestation, flood control loss, damage to businesses, but also forest fires, but also impact on human health because of water pollution. And then we drill a little bit down on the individual sector. So this is the palm oil sector. So as you know, palm oil sector is deforesting the island, and which then also impacts the microclimate in Borneo, but it also impacts the way water retention is being managed by soils. So it's due to climate change, the palm oil sector is already facing drought periods, and which then also impacts the production of palm oil in Borneo. So on one hand, the palm oil sector is impacting biodiversity, but it's also dependent on biodiversity. So the solutions that we really would like to develop with businesses, with governments, is to address this impact dependency narrative. Well, that's easy to say, but then how we do that? So we have these three pillars that I showed on the slide before. So the first one is green financial solutions, and in the morning and probably also in conferences, you hear the whole alphabet of very innovative, sexy, nature-related financial instruments that are out there. Huh? Biodiversity credits, carbon credits, debt for nature swaps, blended finance. I can name many others. And we all, WF, all really wants to support them, but we pay a special attention to the importance of origination, right? Because these innovative blended finance deals, they don't grow on the trees. You need to do some heavy lifting to get from a good idea to the level where ADB will start getting excited and start doing the due diligence and the safeguard screening, etc. So we said, okay, we always start from a landscape approach, and that's what we've been doing for the past decades. But then at a landscape level, we would like to identify a couple of potential investable opportunities or bankable opportunities, both from the public and private side. Then with our own resources, we would like to do some early feasibility in these individual deals. And then when it comes a bit closer to bankability, investability, we will deploy larger amounts of grants into these individual feasibility studies. But at that time, we will also want to engage the potential investors, banks in these deals, right? Because there are many NGOs that get carried away with potential bankable, investable deals, and then they knock on the door of ADB, and ADB said, that doesn't make sense from a financial perspective, from a safeguard perspective. So we really want to involve, well, the banks and financial institutions early on. This is not a concept. So the logos that you see on the bottom are parties and platforms that we are working on. So with the European Investment Bank, we have a origination platform for nature-based solutions in Europe. The DCD is a initiative that we have with the Dutch Development Bank, FMO, Climate Fund Manager, SNV, and WF, where we secured 200 million grants from the Netherlands government and mobilized 1.3 billion private money to nature-based solutions in the global south. And some of the other facilities are also very much deploying that big focus on origination, which I think also makes best use of the respective roles. So WF and other NGOs, they have the capacity and grants available to invest at a landscape level and quantify impact and also quantify the financial viability. But then at one point, ADB and other commercial banks are more knowledgeable about, well, structuring the deals and bringing them to financial close. But of course, we can't mop the floor when the tap is still running. So it's great to introduce bankable, investable green projects in the heart of Borneo. But if still the financial sector and companies are investing in stuff we don't want, it's all watered down the drain. So we see an important role for financial regulators and supervisors. And this is one of the examples of what we're doing with the Indonesian Central Bank. Indonesian Central Bank is very keen to understand how water-related risks in the island of Borneo are potentially impacting balance sheets of banks that have exposure to companies that are impacting water or are dependent on water. And that's nearly every sector operating in Borneo. So we have this water risk assessment ongoing, and then the Central Bank of Indonesia will then also well, assess whether that's sufficient reason to then also translate that in financial regulation towards Indonesian banks. Then the last pillar that we're working on is greening financial institutions. So how are these banks actually integrating nature-related, climate-related considerations in the way they make their financial decisions? So you might have heard of the TNFD, which is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. This is a disclosure framework that is industry-led. It was launched 2-3 years ago during New York Climate Week. I think it was New York Climate Week 23. And by now, over 500 global banks and global companies have adopted it and are starting to map their nature-related risks, but also are starting to come up with a plan how they can mitigate these risks. What is WWF doing? Well, in different jurisdictions, so especially in the Global South, we're promoting adoption of this framework. So we signed a MOU with the SMI, so the Indonesian Infrastructure Bank, where we said, okay, we will support you in implementing the TNFD framework, but also think it through how you then can mitigate some of the nature-related risk that sits in your current balance sheet. I'm already at the end of my session. I hope I didn't talk too quickly, guys, but the conclusion. So this landscape approach, and I think Andreas said it as well, is a kind of a systemic approach that is tested by WWF and others, and is really a nice platform in which you can think about investing in nature. If we still think about transactions, we're sticking plazas in these big landscapes like Borneo, and we're not really addressing the systemic issues. So and of course we completely understand that a bank like ADB does not have the time and resources to invest in these landscape approaches, but work with other actors to really understand how your investments and how your clients are located in these landscapes, naturescapes, and what can be the potential impact of your investment and how that can contribute to the nature financing gap. So as I said, a portfolio of investment, public, private, blended, non-blended, commercial, needs to be developed at the landscape level if you really want to reverse the trend of nature decline at a landscape level. But we can only do that with sufficient resources on origination. So building a pipeline that then eventually will feed into these different financial instruments. And if you ask in my personal opinion, what is the most promising financial instrument, it's basically what banks like ADB are already doing. Mainstream loans to public and private clients, and then mainstream nature in the way you structure these loans to clients. And of course, there's a role for nature credits, but the market will be very small in the coming couple of years. So it will be in the order of a couple of billion. So it will by no way address the 900 billion financing gap. So I'll stop there, Andreas.
Thank you very much, Aaron. That was great. Let's give him some applause. So I think I didn't promise too much about your presentation. So I think you gave us a really rich overview of different topics we could delve into. And I find it specifically very interesting that you don't only have a target in billions, but you're already thinking about trillions. Because ADB, when we launched the Nature Solutions Finance Hub, we created this target of catalyzing 5 billion in finance. So you're already up to 1 trillion. And so let's see if we can also increase our targets. But maybe we have a lot of colleagues from the finance sector, from AFNR, all over. So I think if you have these different pillars that Aaron talked about, so maybe some of you even worked on this Borneo plan 10, 15 years ago and can give some insights. Why did we have such a great investment plan but didn't make any investments? Please also share with the group what we can do better in future. Who wants to go first? There we are. Dann kann TNFD.
Thank you. No, actually, so Aaron and I didn't overlap, but I would be interested to get your take on where we are now from when you left us. That would be quite interesting. But actually, I have a question which actually a few of us have kind of, chucked around internally, and it kind of relates very much in a Borneo context is about palm oil. And we've stayed well away from palm oil for quite a long time. And I know that, WWF has been involved in the RSPO and so on. Is it time for us to have a look at that again? And because I think, I have a friend of mine in Alvin's who's doing sustainable palm oil, regenerative palm oil. And, is it time for us to get back into that, which would maybe give us a foothold in doing further stuff in Borneo? It's not directly related to all the pillars and so on, but it's just something I thought I'd throw out there at the beginning. Thanks.
All right. So first question, I'm not going to tap you on the back, but I think ADB has progressed a lot, right? And I mean, just to mention the Nature Solutions Financing Hub, which is really an ambition of ADB to step up its investments in nature. What I really like about the approach is that you're developing an ecosystem of development finance institutions, other development banks, but also NGOs to think that through. So really focusing on origination and creating a pipeline of bankable projects. It's not at the size where we need to be, but it's a great start. And on palm oil, definitely, yes. I think we need development banks like ADB to be a part of that transition towards nature positive. So not only palm oil, but also hydropower, mining. Probably, I'm not sure, but mining might be on your blacklist even. But I mean that I would definitely invite you to, because the energy transition, there's a huge need for sustainable mining examples, and we need development banks to be involved and deploy the best in class safeguards and climate and nature standards for that. So yes, it would be great. And I mean, so coming back to the role of WF 10 years ago and now, I mean, 10 years ago, WF was a kind of a publishing house, and we were publishing reports and telling others what to do. I think now that time is over, and we need to be a part of the solution. So working with banks like ADB to also work on that sustainable palm oil. So by the time you're ready, yeah, our offices in Malaysia and Indonesia are ready to work.
That seems to work for Duncan. And I hand the microphone over here.
Thank you. So my name is William from Private Sector Operations in ADB. I just wondered if you've had many discussions with actual private sector operators on how some of this stuff lands and what their response to it has been. And do you find that that's differentiated between regulatory environments? So like companies in Europe would find it more interesting because they have more advanced or more aggressive regulations on these topics. And is it disaggregated by sector? So if you talk to pulp and paper industries or mining, manufacturing industries, what's their response to some of this been as to how they want to get involved in it or how they can bring projects to the market which can then be financed? Thank you.
Right. So I showed this DFCD on my earlier slide, and I think that's the most advanced project when it comes to private sector mobilization. And actually, the secret there is that many of the companies, so we mainly work with companies in the agricultural sector, forestry, agroforestry sector. So think about coffee, spices, rice, shrimp, fisheries. And these companies are not so excited about being a nature positive company. They just want to address operational sustainability, and they want to understand by operating in these landscapes how they need to invest, produce differently in order to keep on making profit. So I think this, so they say, well, WWF, you work at this landscape level, you work on this enabling environment, and then you help us trying to de-risk some of the money that we need to scale and transition. But it's not, I mean, so you said the regulatory environment. I don't think that's not necessarily pushing these companies to transition towards more sustainable production. It's more, I think, what they see outside the fence line happening, but also the physical risk that's happening, and I think some of the, and also the push. And so when these banks are doing their TNFD assessment and look at portfolio companies, they make a kind of a heat map of where do we have companies that have the highest exposure to nature-related risks, and then they start to engage their client and say, okay, what are you actually doing to address these risks, and how will that influence the price of the capital that I provide to you?
You're nodding, so that works for you? This answer? Perfect. Then I'll hand over to our colleagues from the finance sector in a moment. But before that, I also ask everybody who joins virtually, please put your questions in the chat. And we're also checking online. But Klaus, maybe if I hand the microphone over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Andreas. I have a comment. And that is, I find it very strategic that you focus on finance, something that, you know, the uninformed audience wouldn't necessarily expect from WWF. I would invite you to collaborate because I'm engaged under the NSFH, but we also are considering currently to engage financial sector regulators, specifically in ASEAN, but also beyond, on nature finance. The green finance, we've made quite some progress in the recent years. On nature, the picture is different. And I think it would be an opportunity missed if we wouldn't join forces, since we have the umbrella or the roof of the NSFH. I read recently a report that you wrote on ASEAN. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to collaborate. And so that's an invitation to keep that conversation going.
Thanks. Yeah, great suggestion. And actually, my colleagues that are working on green financial regulation, they are engaging now with the NGFS to have set up a bilateral engagement between European central banks and some Asian central banks to actually discuss how they can or need to regulate on nature. So that is planned to happen Q1 next year. So maybe that's a start where we can work together on.
Great. Thanks so much for this call for action. Do we have anything online? I think we have 2 or 3 more minutes. Nothing online. Do we have a last question here from the room? Can also be a comment or wish to cooperate. Oh, there's one online now.
This is from Simon Palak. How do you see the prospects for encouraging financial institutions to integrate nature-based approaches in their portfolios, considering the recent turnaround by a number of major financial instituting adopting climate action-focused policies, highlighted by the closure just a couple of days ago of the UN-backed Net Zero Banking Alliance?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. And actually, yeah, of course, I'm disappointed about these walking away of these financial institutions. But what we notice is that they are not doing this because they don't see nature and climate not as a financial risk, but it's because of the political environment. And in the meantime, they continue addressing climate and nature-related risk in their portfolio. So what should they do to incentivize their clients? We have a partnership with one of the largest agricultural banks in the world, Rabobank, Dutch bank. And what we've done with Rabobank is use this LEAP approach of the TNFD to map which sectors, what regions, and what issues are most relevant when it comes to nature-related risks, and then engage with the clients in these sectors, in these regions, to see, okay, how they can transition towards nature positive. So develop transition plans. And that's not just transaction costs, but that can also lead to new loans by Rabobank for new projects. So regenerative soy production in Brazil. So it's also an incentive for Rabobank. So it's not only greening their portfolio, but it's also leading to new leads and new loans.
Thank you. So if there is no last question, then I would ask you to give one last applause to Aaron. Thank you very much. Yes, Myra, may I ask you to come up to the stage?
Thank you so much, Andres. Thank you, Aaron. There's a lot of A in this room. Alvin is right there as well. Anyway, so before we start this conversation, I know we're the only session that's holding everyone back for your alcohol, right?
Check.
At the reception. But
Hello.
before that,
Check.
we have a mentee survey first before we start the session, and we're putting it up. Just a few questions, maybe 15 or 50. Let's see. All right. So if you can go on Menti, it's actually what's going to drive the conversations in the next few minutes. Or maybe not. Right. I like the fact that there's okay. We have how many people? 32, 33. All right. Good. I hope you got that. Maybe we can go to the first question, Bianca. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go back. All right. There's a lead. Okay. 15 seconds. Oh, lots of people. 44, 45, 46. All right. All good. Okay. I still have. Okay. I think that's all good. Okay. Okay. First question. Which sector do you think could contribute the most in the nexus of climate and nature? And you have, oh, so quick. Okay. You have some choices there. Okay. Agriculture, forest, water. No energy, huh? No one from the energy sector. All right, I think we have a clear, well, okay, clear winner here from the agriculture sector. And followed by forest and then water. I think Xing Feng would be happy to know that they have all the potentials to contribute to this work streams. All right, next question, please. So which financial instrument could be most effective in addressing environment and climate challenges? So we provided you some examples there, but there might be more. But it would be good to see how people are thinking in this room right now in terms of financing instruments. Interesting. Concessional, RBL, bonds. Oh, concessional loans, results-based finance, huh? Anyone who's answering results-based finance and wants to contribute why they think RBLs? There's a lot of people. Why do you think results-based finance can actually contribute? Come on, I see all the dots. Okay, so anyway, so there's a lot of people thinking concessional loans is still there. Again, results-based finance, grants, and a few for bonds or thematic bonds, green bonds, blue bonds. All right, this is a very interesting survey. Concessional loans and results-based finance. Okay. Andreas, are you looking at how many people believe with that for nature swaps here? All right, so next question, please. So what do you consider the biggest challenge in scaling up finance for climate and nature? This is a ranking question. There's limited pipeline, just limited projects, lack of innovative instruments, low institutional capacity or fragmented planning, limited private sector engagement. And we have a colleague here who's going to fix all that. Okay. And insufficient policy and regulatory frameworks. Okay. Private sector engagement, insufficient policy. Let's wait until at least more than half of the registered people have put in their ranking. Okay. Okay, top 3 seems to be low institutional capacity. We're going to discuss that at the during our fireside chat. Insufficient policy and regulatory frameworks, and I think this was highlighted in the opening plenary. And number 3, limited private sector engagement. I think 2 out of the top 3 we're going to touch on with this fireside chat. So I think we're missing one of our speakers. I'm trying to delay everything. Anyway, last question. I think there's another question, right? So here's the most important question, I think. As an individual, what can you contribute to help address these challenges? Climate change, biodiversity loss, resource degradation. I can go on and on. Pipeline. Thinking as ADB, build strong partnerships across ADB, technical assistance, case studies. What else? Partnerships. Engaging policymakers, be a champion, spread the word, raise awareness. Professional time and effort to ensure projects consider these factors. Work collaboratively to incentivize nature positive investment. A lot of things that are coming out are really about collaboration, partnerships, coordinating engagements, and I think that's perfect segue for what we are about to do in this fireside chat. So, yes, I'm missing one speaker. What can I do? So, let me formally welcome you to Fireside Chat. So at least the good thing about this, it's going to be faster than your usual panel, but we are hoping that it actually ignites some interesting conversation as well as spark some new ideas after this. So let me call on I'd like to call them my fire starters. First, Hee-Jin Lee, who is a climate change specialist from the Southeast Asia Regional Department. Hee-Jin, we call her Jin. Jesus Dominic Deason, who is the Senior Capacity Development Officer from Climate Change and Resilience, for Climate Change and Resilience. And we fondly call him Dom Z. William Batier, who is the Senior Investment Specialist in our private sector operations. And there's a lot of private sector questions coming in for you today. Duncan Lang, who is our Principal Environment Specialist from CCST. And apologies, Maria Lamotan is stuck in a very important meeting right now, but in case she comes in the door, wave at us, let us know in case she makes the conversation. All right. So thank you, everyone. So I'm going to start with some questions that were fielded this morning. And I think a lot of people are quite interested about private sector. So I'm going to start off with Will. So my question is, why should the private sector actually invest in nature and climate as well? And what is the business case for doing it in Asia and the Pacific? And if there is a business case, maybe you can give 1 or 2 examples of where there has been environment and economic returns.
So it's a very big question. So
Yes,
thanks
very
very
big
much.
question, and you have 2 minutes.
So I think as you've outlined, you have this twin problem that we know biodiversity, climate, and the environment are intrinsically very valuable. This has been quantified. So a lot of Asia's GDP is kind of dependent upon nature. And you have an economic system on the other side, which doesn't have the ability to formally kind of price that in. So what economists call the externalities. So climate, nature, the big externalities of our time. And we need to find a way to close this gap and to bring really these two systems together so that there is a clear economic incentive for investing in things like climate, nature, and being nature positive in the finance that we provide. So that has been a perennial challenge, and we can see that challenge still exists in the world today. Nobody has been able so far to bridge this divide. We can try and quantify what nature means to us. We can try and put that in terms of economic numbers, but so far we're not really able to mainstream climate, nature, biodiversity into the financial thesis of what people make investment decisions about. So that's a problem, right? Are there examples of ADB and others investing in nature positive investments? Yes. Are there examples recently? Yes. So just to give you an example of a recent kind of equity transaction that we're doing in a water company. Now, water company may not think is kind of intuitively kind of responsible for nature, but water companies manage landscapes. They manage watersheds, they manage the upstream, they manage forests. And if they do so successfully, they have a financial kind of bottom line implication for what they're doing. They have better water quality, They have better water predictability. The water flows in a much more predictable manner. They're more resilient to drought, less time out, more money made. So there's a clear, when you try and break it down for some industries and some sectors, there is a clear kind of economic incentive and economic logic for doing things which are biodiversity positive. So there's a role for ADB, I think, to try and outline where you can connect those dots and to make those kind of landscape investments as biodiversity positive as possible. It's not just planting trees. What type of trees? What type of trees that can attract other, the animals and have a vibrant and sustaining kind of ecosystem.
That's quite an interesting or novel idea, actually. We never look at it that way. Like if private sector invests on things that actually would contribute to their own operations, such as planting trees, conserving areas, watershed areas, etc., that actually contributes to their own operations and profit comes in. I'm going to shift a little to our sovereign operations. To Jin. So Jin actually works in Southeast Asia. How is ADB integrating climate and nature solutions across the region, Southeast Asia, basically? And is this region way more unique than the other regions that our ADB is working in? And also in what way? And perhaps you can also highlight one or two projects that you've been doing in the region as well that integrates climate and nature.
Great. Well, I think in Southeast Asia, but also ADB as a whole, I think where there is a shift to see nature as a critical economic infrastructure beyond the traditional perspective of gray infrastructure as so-called infrastructure. So I think I've seen, and then I'm hearing more people speaking about nature-based solutions or integrating wetland protection to biodiversity to restoration, reforestation as project activity elements in the sovereign operations. And I think in Southeast Asia, the way we are bringing the nature alongside the gray infrastructure in infrastructure projects, there are some examples, and then I think it reflects the three sort of three strategic approaches that we have in Southeast Asia, and I don't think it's just only for Southeast Asia, but I would like to maybe highlight it because I think it drives our conversation. So one is the scaling nature-based solutions in infrastructure lending. So in the Philippines, integrated flood management and adaptation project, we are working at 3 river basins in northern Luzon and Mindanao. I hope you're familiar with these areas in Philippines, where we are restoring flood retention areas and old river channels to complement the traditional flood control measures structures so that together that they become more effective in reducing the risks, rising from more frequent and more severe floods, and hopefully also sea level rise and storm surge. And I think the regional flyway initiative, and I don't want to steal the thunder of Duncan, it's his baby, but it has identified 147 critical wetland areas, and a lot of it is in Southeast Asia. And I think there's a lot that perhaps we should work together to see, following the successful projects in PRC, can we do something in Southeast Asia to better quantify and persuade our stakeholders to see a similar project can be also introduced into the pipeline. So there's coffee to be had, Duncan. And then, so following this first strategy of blending NBS into infrastructure lending is deepening our investment in critical blue and green capital. So the Treasury Department issued ADB's first blue bond, which raised capital dedicated to financing ocean-related projects across Asia and the Pacific. And the bond proceeds have been actually already channeling through regional platforms such as the Blue Southeast Asia Finance Hub, Blue Sea Hub Finance Hub. And the Blue Sea Hub's mandate is to develop and finance pipeline of projects so that the bond proceeds can go, right? So pipeline development is critical. And, there was, I think in 2023, Private Sector Operation Department, PSOD, provided a 100 million loan, half of which came from blue bond proceeds, to Indorama Ventures, which is a PET bottle producer that has factories in Indonesia, that has recycling facilities in Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and India, so that they can upscale their recycling operation to reduce land-based sources of marine pollution, right? So this is where ADB of multiple departments have contributed to reducing marine pollution in Southeast Asia. And I think it's a great example of how they may not work together, but it all came together in one nice example. Following the first two approaches of integrating NBS into infrastructure lending, deepening blue and green capital through projects, we are also looking at, we have been working on a regional platform to strengthen our pipeline development. I think for me, personally, my answer to your question, Esmara, was pipeline development is one of the critical constraints. And the pipeline, meaning that, we have a huge pipeline at ADB, but a lot of the ideas never actually make it to project pipeline, right? So how do we sort of enhance the way so-called funnel works at ADB so that we can channel our financing so that, the 100 billion of climate financing 2030 goal does not look so small to WWF, presentation on $1 trillion gap by 2030 on nature finance, right? So to me, I think pipeline is where it all begins. It has to start with what are the ideas that can become a project. And our ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, which we call ACGF, is a facility where it's administered by ASEAN Infrastructure Fund and ADB together. We support governments in ASEAN in preparing, structuring, and financing green infrastructure projects. It includes technical assistance and concessional financing to de-risk projects so that project ideas can become more bankable, and some of which are turned into ADB projects, and some of which they don't. But it at least identifies what needs to be done so that ADB can then turn those ideas into projects. And I think that facility that aims to build a sizable pipeline of bankable projects is something that Southeast Asia really focuses on. And lastly, Southeast Asia has countries that are upper middle income countries already or about to graduate and then become upper middle income countries. And for those countries like Malaysia, which we hope to add a resident mission by the end of this year, which has, Borneo is one of the key areas of its economy. We have to be very innovative and very cutting edge because they will never borrow from us for other projects weren't too expensive. So for us, I think Southeast Asia, we are looking at what are the most creative, innovative financing instruments, project design, so that that we can mobilize, that they're willing to borrow for something so interesting. And we always have to combine it with technical assistance, knowledge work, capacity building, so that as a whole, it becomes an attractive engagement opportunity for our developing member countries in Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Jin. Good example there. I'm going to come back later on your question about pipeline. You did say it's very important. So my next question later would be about how do you actually develop and make sure that those ideas actually gets into the pipeline and becomes real projects. Countries like Malaysia will keep us on our toes and to think innovatively as well. Now, you have mentioned green bonds, blue bonds. Maria, who's supposed to be here, will talk about that. But we do have a member of the working group of the green and blue bonds in ADB, and I'm going to turn this over to Duncan. So, Duncan, what do you think? I mean, blue bonds was what in green and blue bonds was like 2015, and then blue bonds was added in. What do you think was the primary motivator for ADB to actually develop the green bond framework, then later on add the blue? And could you maybe just relate on how this framework actually selects projects? Oh.
Thanks, Ismira. I'm writing notes, by the way, if someone just thinks I'm WhatsApping someone. So yes, thank you. So yeah, I mean, we've been doing our green bonds for some time now, and we follow ICMA, if anybody's interested. I can never remember what the acronym stands for. But anyway, it's a globally recognized sort of benchmarking system for green bonds, and both the green and the blue bonds are, follow that structure. And I think what we identified when we first started out on this journey, and in actual fact, those in the water team here, they may know that the first bond we issued was actually a thematic bond, and it was for water. It was a water bond. And from that, then we decided to start scaling up and getting into other bonds. And I think we realized that thematic bonds were great, but the problem is that the market actually demanded something that was more stringent and was more technically put together and had use of proceeds language. So that is why we ended up going with the green bonds framework, and we've subsequently been issuing green bonds. So one of the things we have with that is we have a third-party opinion or second-party opinion. I can always get that wrong as well. And we have that from Cicero, who look at our work, and they go through our framework and how we select those projects, the structure of our working group as well, and how we select those projects, which is done through our group. The sectors teams identify those projects, and then our group look through them based on our structured questions, if you like, that we decide whether they would qualify or not. And some of the interesting things that are in the bond. So firstly, ICMA actually has a lot more opportunity in our green bond principles that we don't currently use. So there's actually a lot of scope for us to grow the bonds we issue. We don't do green buildings, for example. We don't do a lot of things on nature conservation. They're not currently in our original green bonds. We've tried to address that, and I'll talk about that maybe later in another way. But the original bonds we issued were focused very much on adaptation and mitigation, and we had a very kind of thin or narrow definition of what qualified or what didn't qualify. And there are some things that we decided we didn't want to qualify, include, and that was because of interest. We wanted to avoid risk to our investors. Our investors, they want, we always call it the greenest of the green, or the bluest of the blue. They don't want something where, for example, there's a complaint. Is there an accountability mechanism complaint on a project? If that happens, those projects are out. We don't want hydropower projects that are over 20 megawatts. We don't include projects for energy projects, for example, where the overall percentage is less than 75% for renewables, for example. And the other thing that we don't do is we don't include equity, because we don't know where the money goes. We don't include PBLs as well. So we did a fantastic PBL last year in Indonesia. Everybody knows about it, 500 million. And I remember Andreas and I were having a conversation. Oh, great, we can put it in the bond. And then we realized, no, we couldn't, because it was a PBL. And our investors, they want to know where the money is going. They want to follow the money, as it were. So we've had to be quite stringent with that, and we've been very successful, I'd say. The key thing, though, I would say is that I don't know how much this really shifts the dial, but it is it's a signal to the market. So Daiichi Life, who bought our first blue bond, they also bought our thematic biodiversity and nature bond. They like to be the first. And there's a signal to the market when you have these bonds there that, oh, this is investable and we want to do it. And actually, I was kind of thinking, if I had a pension, I would quite like to buy one of ADB's green bonds as well, because, they are, nice return, and you're investing in something that is green or blue, and, it's incredibly safe. So I think there is not a lot of people that know about these instruments that are out there, but I think we could do more. And I think what we should do is scale up more to expand the framework. Maria's not here, so I can say what I like, but I think that is something that we should perhaps do. And then that money goes back into the big pot, and then we can do more projects. So that's where we can perhaps go in the future. Hopefully that was enough for you. Thanks.
No, thank you, Duncan, and thank you for taking that question, because that wasn't my original question for you. So maybe after that sip of water, I'll bring back the mic and maybe talk about transparency, right? Because you mentioned a bit about TFND, and Duncan was at the helm of producing our sustainability report for a number of years. Lots of work, a lot of coordination, but I guess my question is, why do we do it, right? Why do we need to do that? Because, transparency is often, as they say, the foundation for accountability in climate and nature actions. So how does this report and other reports that ADB produces actually drives impact, drives real measurable outcomes for environmental protection as well as for climate action?
Well, I can give you a real tangible example of something that's happened with us in the last few years. So, I mean, I've been leading the last, I think, 3 iterations of the sustainability report, and we will do another one next year. We launched the beginning of the materiality assessment, and we also have now got a lot of buy-in from the controllers department, which is fantastic. But one of the things that's happening is, and as Myra and I both we are on the bat phone from the Treasury. When they have investors, the investors will ring up because they have a lot of questions about where the bonds are. You know, there's a project in the bond, they want to understand more. We have calls with people like Amundi who buy our bonds and so on. And they want information about, well, what are you doing? What is this project? And we also get the ESG rating agencies. So MSCI, Sustainalytics, they all review us and they have ratings. And in fact, the rating agencies will also do reports on controversies, and they will also report on, you know, your ESG disclosures. And interestingly, unless you publish it, it doesn't count. So while we may have all the most fantastic internal guidelines on you know, all the good things we do, unless it's actually in the public realm, as far as they're concerned, it doesn't count. So one example of this, which has been interesting, is we've had a complaint which was against a project. We've now got something that is disclosed on this, so I feel like I can say this.
I was going to say that it's this confidential. No,
Yeah,
it's not. Okay.
it's not any. It never was, but it was. So we've now issued a report with the information on this. We can now give this to one of the rating agencies, and historically, this rating agency, MSCI, had actually, we were AAA rated, and because of this and some other things, they downgraded our rating to AA from AAA. And we literally had an investor who wanted to buy our bonds say, we are not buying your bonds anymore because you're now AA and we follow MSCI. So there's a clear indication of why disclosure is important and why we need to do something about it. And I know ORM is very closely looking at all this stuff as well. But I think key is disclosure. Key is getting the information out there into the public, whether it is good or bad. You know, we have to say something. We can put our hands up and say we could do better on things, but we don't like doing that, just be frank. But we need to do a bit better, I think. I think that's it. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being frank there. Okay. So there's a lot of things there. But yes, transparency is key. Transparency is important. And what we do is actually, you know, gets us the investors and the clients who are interested in our projects to invest in us. But so I'm going to shift a little because a lot of the barriers that even if you have a lot of financing, whether it's nature, whether it's climate, is that sometimes our clients doesn't have the capacity to access it. And even if you go around among our developing member countries, one of the things that they would always say is that we don't have the capacity. Maybe it's resources, maybe it's a limited number of human resources, but sometimes it's also about understanding and accessing. I mean, if you've done a GCF application, and Chris is over there, he's seen it, you know, it could take an entire army to finish one. So I'm going to turn this over to our Senior Capacity Development Officer, Domsey. So you know that capacity is quite critical in you know, implementing climate and nature financing as well as projects in general. So why do you think capacity building is important? I know you've done a number of capacity building. What has been the challenges in some of these activities as well? Are they receptive? Are they not, you know, I mean, please.
Thank you, Ismaira. So doing capacity development work internally and externally. So first, internally, there is really a strong appetite among staff regarding climate action, about nature-based solutions, and also given that we have the climate change action plan and also the environment action plan, there is really a strong desire for them to learn about the linkage of climate, the nature-based solutions, and how it contributes to the bigger picture of resilience building. Challenging, yes. in terms of not only in the implementation, but also how we design our training or capacity development activities in such a way that we take into consideration the schedule, because everyone's busy, right? Everyone's busy in terms of the schedule, in terms of the tools and approaches that we're using, and at the same time, also the technicalities of the topics, because some topics are really complex, right? So the best, I think, some good practices actually is making our sessions more practical and at the same time interactive. And at the same time, some of you might also gamify our sessions, right? We use real case examples and also case studies and making sure that some of our participants will take away immediately after they, or I mean, apply the training after they have also, after they have received the training. And another that we have realized also is that capacity building efforts should be continuous. It's not just a one-off training, right? But let's take into account that people also, or staff people, need time to process information, and also an avenue or a platform wherein they can apply this information. So share back is really important, and then relearn again. And that approach is something that we are strengthening at the bank. Externally, there are a lot of challenges, as you have mentioned, about human and financial resources. It's not something new, right? In terms of human resources, I've heard some situations that we have actually one person or one individual who's our climate focal, our disaster risk management focal, our environment focal, all at once. And that's a huge responsibility, right? And I don't think simply it's not sustainable in the long run. Okay, so what actually ADB is doing in terms of capacity development is that we're embedding CapDev approaches into our operations, into our projects, and making sure that we are delivering the outputs in partnering with our different institutions and development partners. That includes academic institutions, non-government organizations, and of course, partnering with different agencies as well.
No, thanks, Domsey. And I have a follow-up question. So, in that context, how can we ensure, like you've shared your experience in doing it here as well as externally, but how can we make sure that the modules, that the learning modules and the events that we actually organize actually meets the countries or our clients' needs as well? How can we sure that we align our efforts with both the public and private institutions that we work with?
So I think that's a very important question, Ismaira. Basically, you've mentioned about public and private like sectors, and I think both sectors are critical in our work in terms of driving our climate and nature outcomes. And I think one key, I think for me, one key, I think message here is really to be an active listener, to engage into a dialogue, particularly with our private and public sectors, because sometimes these two sides doesn't actually talk the same language. So we wanted them to of course at ADB we create platforms wherein we engage both the private and public sectors into dialogues and actually conversations.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Will now on private sector. Some of you may get more excited as well. But well, we're not going to talk about green bonds or blue bonds or other thematic bonds or even sustainability linked bonds. So there's a plethora of other resources out there, like philanthropy, for example. So how do you think ADB can engage in some of these non-traditional capital pools, such as philanthropies, and have them engage and invest in nature or climate change projects as well?
Well, I think that's a very good question. If we go back to the question of the financing gap, we know that there's a huge amount of finance that needs to be mobilized. So we can't just continue to do the same things that we've done if we are to address this particular kind of issue, right? So I think it becomes an even more important question when you realize that the availability of some of the concessional resources also on its own trend. Right, so there's the previous modality where there was more and more money available for these types of activities. We now start to have to question. So if there are other non-traditional forms of or pools of capital that we can tap into, this, in my view, is a good thing. Right, so you can think of things like philanthropy, the Bloomberg Foundation, the Gates Foundation, other things. Now that, when you sum it all up, is likely to be quite small in relation to the challenge. So the question is, well, how do you use that in order to demonstrate, in order to pilot, and in order to be able to scale things up very rapidly, right? So in other words, it can't be a kind of a full-on sustainable model that you use for everything, but you should be able to use it to demonstrate how things work. And you should be able to use it in parts of the capital stack which are particularly risky. So if you can use it to develop a pipeline of bankable projects, which can then be able to, be taken up by the private sector, these are some examples of how that can be effective. Or you can think about using it in terms of a project, right? So there are different components of a project. Some will be very risky. So the philanthropic capital, the non-traditional forms of capital can be used to do that and in order to crowd in other forms of private sector investment. So we are actually doing that in a couple of kind of equity funds at the moment, where we use catalytic investment to take on riskier parts of the investment portfolio and then use that as a mechanism to get other non-traditional sources of finance into these particular large funds that are focused on transition, energy transition, and other things. So if you can do that successfully, and you can show how, for example, you can use philanthropic capital or ADB and MDB capital as a first loss facility that removes a lot of the risk, you will find that there's a huge amount of capital out there. There's a huge amount of potential investment that's out there. And if you can use it wisely to get those other forms of capital into equity funds or into different investment spaces, then there is a large amount of capital that is willing to do this. It just doesn't necessarily know how to connect everything together, and it views it as too risky, particularly in emerging markets and particularly where the biodiversity and climate and nature challenges are most pronounced.
Okay. So philanthropy is another possible source of investments or finance. But I just wanted to follow up on that question, on that statement, right? You would think there's a lot of philanthropy out there. Rockwell, Gates, you've mentioned some of them, but how come like MDBs in general have not been able to tap many of these resources? What do you think has been the primary challenge? Maybe not necessarily just for nature or climate, but in general.
Yeah, so it's a very good question. I'm not sure exactly what the answer is to that question.
Okay.
I think, look, MDBs have been around for quite a while. And philanthropy has been around for quite a while. And you can see them often as complementary. Why have we not been able to partner with like the Bloomberg Foundation, which has a specific focus on coal phase out?
Yeah.
ADB also has a specific focus on coal phase out. So why have we not been able to pull those pieces of capital together to do projects? And I think we have, but it's in parallel. And often the philanthropies, in my experience anyway, the philanthropies don't want to provide their money through an MDB. It has a number of transaction costs, which they don't want to replicate, but they're happy to move as a parallel investor. So in other words, if ADB or another MDB can find an investment, you will find that there's a philanthropic kind of parallel investment stream that is very willing to take that up. And the philanthropies also don't want to invest too much in due diligence. They don't have a lot of time for kind of going through a long process. So if you look at how long it takes ADB to develop a project, it could be years. right? It could be years from inception, origination, to do all the due diligence, the technical due diligence, to figure out whether this is the right investment for our DMCs, it's the right investment from a private sector perspective. Philanthropies often work on a kind of a more compressed time frame. So they're looking for oven-ready deals because they also have their own targets. Mr. Bloomberg is not going to sit there and say, please take 10 years to figure out what to do with my money. He says, no, I want a certain amount of outcome for the money that I'm providing to do this. Right? So I think there's a mismatch in terms of timing. And then if we can figure out how to use it wisely and to demonstrate through our own efforts and crowd in those other forms of capital, I think that's a good thing.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you how to reduce that transaction cost. That's maybe for another conversation. Yeah, it's another forum altogether. So I'm going to go back to Jin here. You provided some good examples earlier on, including the saying catalytic finance hub. But how do we make sure that, you know, the local communities, even the governments, that these projects are government led or government owned, but then at the same time, because nature and climate, you know, the most affected are the communities. So how do we engage them in some of these efforts, or how have you engaged them in Southeast Asia?
I will discuss a project that I have not been involved.
Yes.
But it's a good example. And I'll go back to the Philippine project. It's it's integrated flood resilience and adaptation project. It's essentially a program. So after the successful sort of implementation in these 3 river basins, I think there's an intention to scale it up. And there, the way we're sort of aligning climate and nature is using nature for flood buffering, using nature for erosion control, and also using the nature, incorporating nature in the like the way government and including the local government plan their socioeconomic development, right? So in that sense, the project has a 3 measures where we're trying to strengthen local ownership, which I think is critical for the success of the project and sustainability of the project, because ADB can only stay and be part of that effort until the project comes to closure. And then once the completion report takes place, then it should be up to them. And in some countries, operation and maintenance of certain infrastructure comes to a close once the project ends, and it becomes a real challenge. So to avoid that, I think we have the Integrated Flood Resilience and Adaptation Project is designed to shift the locus of control from central agencies to local government units and communities. And so in terms of we do that by putting the LGUs to formally integrate flood risk management into their official comprehensive land use plans, CLUPs. It's if you are familiar with the Philippine projects or Philippine government context, this is a really important document that outlines how the LGUs will use its land resources and that it influences what kind of projects and activities they would then authorize, whether it's private sector or also non-private public sector, and that in integrating flood risk management into the comprehensive land use plans, we're ensuring that resilience is an official and budgeted function, and that all new development is informed by the flood risks. So in a way, then we inject this LGU ownership of flood risk management into their existing systems. And then the project also has capacity building function, which I think Tamzi has mentioned is also a critical component in not only developing and designing projects, but success of the projects themselves. So the project has activities to equip local officials with the tools to monitor flood control. To tools, including the real-time flood monitoring equipments and asset management systems. So then the LGUs can collect and also use the data to make informed decisions. And I think it's LGUs is just a subset of any government. There's also community, which is a little bit different than LGUs. LGUs is a part of
Just
the
LGUs are local
government units. Yeah, for
Okay.
those who
Yeah.
are not
Mm.
familiar with the Philippine government structure. So the project is supporting 150 barangays, the local towns or villages. It's the Tagalog word for that, and local government unit could be actually barangay level. And so out of these 150 villages, the project is supporting community-based flood risk management plans, and the community, the barangays, are supposed to are trained to own and operate the early warning systems, and they lead the evacuation drills in case of floods, and so that they are capable of monitoring when the flood will take place, and if it was to take place, how they're going to evacuate their residents so that the residents can be saved from really harmful risks coming from floods, and also are informed when it does happen, so then they know where to go, and whether it's shelters or what have you, and what to pack. I think that's really critical in the Philippines, where floods are happening, sadly, so many times. And lastly, I think, just to capture some lessons that we have learned, it's because the project is integrating both nature-based solutions with the gray infrastructure. Sometimes the beneficiaries or local government units are not familiar with how to maintain the nature infrastructure. They may know and understand the walls or the embankments, but if it's mangroves or if it is forestry, if it's plants, they require additional literacy to maintain nature-based solutions infrastructure. So the project is actually also teaching them how to be able to manage the nature-based solutions, so that they can then better understand it, and perhaps in the long term have more appetite and demand for such NBS solutions in other parts of the countries, hopefully through the Department of Public Works and Highways officials, who are the borrowers of this project. Let's see. I won't go into.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jen. You've highlighted a number of things for communities, right? It's also integrated in their local plans, in their local policies, at the same time providing them with tools and capacitating them with with disaster preparedness, among other things. Now, you mentioned flood control, and I know that some of you have seen it on the news. A flood control controversy. So I'm gonna go back to Duncan for the last question. It's still about accountability, right? Public trust is essential for long-term climate and nature solutions. So how can governments, including that of the Philippines, and businesses or private sector can work together to improve transparency in order to build trust and ensure that they are held accountable for for nature and environmental solutions or projects?
Thanks, Ismail. Well, as it happens, last year we approved our new ESF, the new environmental social framework. And for the first time, we now have a new standard on stakeholder consultation. And I think that really is the key here at all levels. You need to do the liaison at the government level, barangay, etc. But you also need to do it at the community level, and stakeholder engagement can also really inform your design. You can see if these nature-based solutions can actually work, and if there's capacity to deal with them. And I think moving forward, that's really one of the key things we need to do. We need to disclose the information. Now we have the ESF coming in. It will be implemented from January next year, and we'll have to do a better job of that. I mean, when I first joined ADB in 2017, not that long ago, I remember doing some projects in Central West, and actually, you didn't have to do a stakeholder engagement plan there. You had to do consultation, you had to do meaningful consultation, but you didn't have to create a stakeholder engagement plan. Now, for these bigger projects, you do have to do that. And that then allows you to think about how you're engaging with your local community and what is important to them, and do them better. And I think that then you can, if you do that when you're preparing the project early, and this is what you find generally, is that the earlier you can engage with the community, the earlier you can engage with everybody on this project, the better the buy-in for the project later down the line, and the more you can get their thinking into that project. And also, I think one thing that I've learned living through 2 compliance cases actually with Central West is that quick wins, easy wins are really important. And so there are things that we can include in projects which we often don't want to do because it's not core to the project's DMF or something like that. But one example is we found in a bypass project in Georgia is where sort of internal access roads, the ones where they had built, that used during construction, towards the end of the project, they said, let us asphalt these for you. And the community complaints just stopped overnight because they were like, I actually get a personal benefit. You're not just building a massive road through my backyard. I've now got a better road that I never had before. So I think trying to find some easy wins where you can engage with the community and find something that benefits them directly when you're doing this bigger project in the area is really helpful. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but before we thank everyone here, I just have one last question, and you can answer with 1 word or 2 words, right? And just to, for something to ponder on when you have your alcohol, your beer, your cocktails, it's a serious question actually. What gives you hope in the face of the climate crisis, biodiversity loss? Basically, what gives you hope when we think about our planet? And you can answer in 1 or 2 words. I know it's a hard question. It's a question for everyone.
That's
2 words. Okay, maybe Will is ready to go.
So maybe I say realizations, and we've realized what danger we're in as the global
Realization.
civilization, and capacity. We have the capacity to do it. Do we choose collectively to do something about it, or will we not?
Okay. All right. How about you, Domsey?
It's nature, nurture.
Nature
and nurture.
Nurture nature.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe Duncan, and then I'm gonna give Jin the last bit of the.
Oh, Christ. Crikey.
There's so much to be hopeful for. Is that what you're saying? You can't think of 1 or 2 things?
Collective action, because we're all kind of bought in, and I don't think we were. Like, Nature Day, first day at Climate COP 2020, in Glasgow. So now we're on the same page. So collective action.
Collective action. Okay.
Oh dear. I think it's the disasters that are waking us up.
Disasters gives
Yeah.
you hope?
No, that the heightened awareness stemming from disasters everywhere. I think it gives me the hope that the alarm bells are getting louder and louder. We are getting cooked more and more, and therefore there's a stronger there's a stronger need, I think, felt everywhere. So I guess this is, so it used to be 10 years ago, If you go and talk to the government, we'd have to explain what climate change was.
That's 100 words already.
I know. I'm the one behind, I'm the one between the alcohol. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Now the
Now?
clients are asking, this is really serious. What can we do to strengthen resilience in my country?
So feeling the impact
Yeah.
wakes us all up.
So it's up to us. So collective action, the capacity building, and also.
All right, so I'm gonna just end this fireside chat from someone's. If you know Netflix, there's a show there, Famous Last Words, and they've showed Jane Goodall's interview, and then she was asked whether how would you like the world to remember you, and she said she wants to be remembered as somebody sent to this world to try to give people hope in dark times. Because without hope, we fall into apathy and do nothing. So I hope everyone here, I'm sure people on this panel, will not do nothing, but for sure will do something. And I think we start from there. And perhaps let us give our panelists, my fire starters, a round of applause for their fantastic intervention. Thank you. And I think I'm gonna hand this over to the Master of Ceremonies, or are we just going straight to the cocktail? Oh, there, Isao. Isao will make a very important announcement.
Very quick. Thank you very much. Nature Finance Working Group, Andreas, led by Andreas and Esmira. Really great session. Thank you very much, everyone, for your active engagement. I really appreciate it. As we wrap up, I have just two quick announcements. So we'll start the reception in almost 5 minutes from 5:15. The venue is just outside in the hallway, so please, everyone is welcome, so please join us. Second, tomorrow, the session will start at 9 a.m., the same place. So I look forward to seeing your active participation again. That's all for now. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
I saw. Yeah.